live here at the station of decapitation without your head. I'm Nasty Neal.
And this is Annabelle Lecter.
And we're joined by Jeremiah Kipp, director of the Geechee, the Boo Hag story. I hope I said that right.
Geechee.
Yes, I said it completely wrong. Slapface, which is also awesome.
And also a witch movie.
Yes, he's the witch man. So.
Apparently so. I found myself making witch films, and but I grew up in New England, which is pretty close to Salem, Massachusetts. So yeah, Salem was like an hour and a half drive from where I grew up. So if you wanted a little bit of that dark side of American history, you could drive up there and like get a little taste of Puritan sinister.
Cruelty. There, and I'm a little bit north of there, so I've gone to Salem my whole life.
Oh yeah, it's an extraordinary town.
Yes, I love it. Now I work right next to it. Won't say so, no stalkers out there, but I work very close, and so I go there pretty frequently. It's a really cute town. I'm sure it's even different from when I was a kid, but it's a nice artsy place. It's got some good restaurants. It's really cute.
Yeah, really cute.
Yeah. Oh, cool. We're all New Englanders.
Yeah, I grew up in Rhode Island, the home of H.P. Lovecraft.
Yes.
And I loved it there. It's the smallest state. So everything is 20 minutes from everywhere. If you want to see H.P. Lovecraft's house, it's a 20-minute drive. Everything is a 20-minute drive. And when I was 17, I moved to New York to go to film school, and that's what started my movie making career.
Amazing. So you always love horror?
Yeah, ever since I was little. I grew up in the woods with my grandparents, and they were extremely lenient about what I could watch when I was growing up. So it was, my cousin and I would always be watching Texas Chainsaw Massacre or Dawn of the Dead or a David Cronenberg movie or The Terminator or Mad Max, like always genre films. So when I was very little, like under 10 years old, I was watching like really extreme, but I mean, not extreme. I mean, it's like, but you don't, when you're like age 7, that probably isn't the ideal age to watch Texas Chainsaw. But I remember watching it and thinking that it was kind of like Grimm's fairy tales. It's no different than Hansel and Gretel go in the woods and encounter a witch. And in Texas Chainsaw, they drive to the place they're running out of gas. They go check out the creepy old house. They go in and they encounter Leatherface. And to me, it was the same. It's like it's the same thing. It's you can have a very strange encounter on the road, whether you're in a Grimm's fairy tale or whether you're in Texas Chainsaw.
That's an interesting take, because I also think that Grimm fairy tales are a lot darker than people realize.
They really are. Yeah, like the further the less sanitized versions of the Grimm's fairy tales are extremely violent. Like people are getting their eyes eaten out by crows. People are getting their hands chopped off. Like a wolf's hand might get chopped off and turned into a human hand. In fairy tales meant for children, it's pretty wild.
Yes, it's all the good stuff.
I know, it's so good.
So is the Geechee witch, is it inspired by any real legend?
Yes. The culture that we filmed that story in is the Gullah Geechee, and they are slave descendants from Central Africa who were brought to the South to work on indigo plantations and rice plantations and cotton plantations. And with them, they brought from their culture this witch, the Boo Hag, the Geechee witch, known as both. And it's a creature that gets you when you sleep. It sucks your soul little bit by little bit in the night. And as it absorbs you, it absorbs your form and eventually absorbs your skin. And it's kind of a body snatcher type of creature who, she can't walk around in the daylight because she's like all raw nerves and like blood and, sinew and tissue. Since she doesn't have her own skin, she seeks to inhabit yours. So her entire modus operandi is to catch you when you sleep, suck your soul, and then take your skin, and eventually and ultimately take your life. Like one of the things that the witch wants to do in our film, but also in the culture and in the folklore, is to inhabit your home. You know, the witch is homeless. You know, the witch wants the same things that we all want, which is a sense of security, a sense of family, you know, and will prey upon you to take those things, you know. So it comes from a culture that was displaced, and with them they brought their vampire, essentially their Dracula, you know, which with its own rules, like the hag can be thwarted, or at least, well, it can't, you know, like the thing about the hag is it can't be stopped, you know, but it can be temporarily waylaid by like putting a circle of apple seeds around you, or painting your door. Like when we went down there to film, a lot of people still paint their doors and their windows blue, because the boo hag hates the color blue, because usually it's trapped on an island and it associates the color blue with the water, and it can't cross the ocean. It can't cross the
people are aware of that, or is it just kind of like we know doing this is like tradition and it's for good luck?
Well, I mean, when we went to film, we filmed on Defusky Island in addition to doing a lot of it down in Savannah, Georgia. And on the island, that's there, you know, there still are like a lot of Gullah Geechee descendants there who fully believe in the witch. One of the writers of the film, J. Craig Gordon, will tell you that he was rode by the witch when he was younger. You know, he will tell the tale. It's like, yes, you know, like the witch got me in my sleep and like tried to get me. And so it's not for them, it's literal, you know, it's not a made up thing. And, you know, I love horror movies and I love horror stories, and I'm not a superstitious person, but I did wear blue. I wore a blue shirt on day one of principal photography. Like, why take the chance?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Why tempt fate?
Yeah, exactly.
That's interesting. You mentioned about the being ridden around on, because I was like, this is fascinating, and I want to know some backstory to it. And it's really, really wild.
It goes deep.
Scary.
Yeah, you know, the locals don't treat it like a joke, you know. They treat it like, you know, like they're as serious about it as the harbingers of the Friday the 13th movies, who were like, don't go in those woods or Jason will get you, you know. Like for them it is as you know, like as real to them as Jason is to the characters in the Friday the 13th movies.
Yeah.
Wow. How did this land in your lap, this story? Here you are, white dude from New England.
Yeah.
And
not the person you would think to direct this movie. So I'd made Slapface, which is a film that I wrote and directed that does take place in New England, you know. And that movie did well, you know. We were really proud of that film while we were making it. It was one of those movies where, you know, even when we were making it, it was the only time where I've said to myself, you know what, like if this movie does well, doesn't do well, doesn't matter. You know, it's like I'm really happy to be telling the story, because it was basically a story about where I grew up, you know. And so we did it, and it did really well at the festivals. It won, like, it right from the gate, it won an audience award at CineQuest, and then played Fright Fest and sold to Shudder, who has been extremely good to our movie. Like they put it out the same month as the Addams Family film Hellbender, which it's also a witch film.
We love the Addams Families.
I love those guys. They're great filmmakers and great artists. So Slapface came out the same month as Hellbender, and it sold and did its thing all around the world. Now, the people who wrote and produced The Geechee Witch, I'd known them for years. Like I used to be a first assistant director. I used to be a person who helped other directors make their movies. And I'd worked with them on a couple of different projects. And they'd been following my career. Like they'd seen I'd done some horror films. They'd, you know, from The Sadist with Tom Savini to like the other stuff to Slapface, they were following my career. And Slapface was the one that really turned the tide for them. Like they saw that and called me up and were like, hey, we have this movie, you know, it's set in this very specific culture. Would you like to read it? You know, I read it in one sitting and it blew me away. I loved how specific it was. But that was my first question, you know, after I read the script. I was like, this is great and I would love to do it. But why, you know, why do you want some white guy from New England to tell your story? Like, you know, I was like, it doesn't really make sense to me, because I don't want to get it wrong. I'm not from the South. I'm not from the world of this film. And I was really grateful because J. Craig Gordon, who was the one who was rode by the hag, first of all, he's a really fascinating guy. He used to be a very young actor. He was in Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil, the Clint Eastwood movie.
Oh, really?
And then he joined the House of Representatives during Barack Obama's administration. He was the second person to rally behind Obama when Obama was running for office, when he was looking for representatives to be like, I vouch for Obama. And he circled back and eventually got back into filmmaking and wanted to do something personal. So he and Phoenix Higgins, who was, one of the other writer producers, said, don't worry about the culture. We'll be there with you. We'll make sure that you don't fuck it up. Because they come from there. They were like, we love Slapface. We love your sense of dread. We love how you work with actors, and we love how you handle the supernatural. So if you want to come down here with your crew and do your thing, we'll make sure that the cultural nuances are there. And they were true to their word. Like, immediately they set up the actors with dialect coaches who were from like the Gullah Geechee Historical Society. They had people, like Sally Robinson was a historian on the island who was our liaison with the community. And Jay Craig was by the monitor with me every day, like he was sitting next to me, enjoying the process of the story being told. And yeah, if I was getting something wrong, they would gently point it out to me and say, that's not how it would go. It would be more like this. And then we would make the adjustment. So we always had people there who would make sure that we were getting the details right, and that made me feel more secure to simply go in and make a horror movie, go in and work with the actors, and build the characters and build the relationship. And another thing that was helpful for me was that the main character, Leah, played by Trafina Wade, is not from that world. Her husband is, and he's going back to that world. Many people leave the Gullah Geechee community and often turn their back on it, as this character does. Like Judge Clarence Thomas on the Supreme Court is from the Gullah Geechee community and never talks about it. And so it was the story of a guy coming back and bringing his wife with him, who is not from that community. She's from Harlem. So an artist from New York who doesn't know this world at all, at least that gave me a way in. I could always see the film through her eyes and say, she doesn't know this place, and it led to some pretty interesting parts of the movie. Like, one of the first things that happens in the story is they're driving around, heading towards the estate. And the estate winds up being a plantation house. It's like the family, once it had acquired enough wealth, bought a plantation house and still kept like this feeling of like upstairs, downstairs with help being there and stuff. But like when she gets out of the truck and it's like, welcome home, the first thing she sees is this big fucking plantation house that is like one of the symbols to me of a dark side of American history. And I thought that was fascinating. I was like, wow, she's recognizing this thing of generational wealth that is also, hardwired in with some of the harsher realities of American history. So within the horror genre, you can touch on things like that, some of the bleaker and darker aspects of American history. I think most movies about witches from New England also touch on the dark corners of American history, where you could say we were burning witches is another way of saying we were killing women. So I was not blind to the fact that they were touching on stuff that was extremely important to them as writers, extremely important to them culturally, extremely important to them because it was their story, and I wanted to respect that and honor that and be as good a listener as I possibly could. And I thought the crew also did the same thing. The director of photography, Dominic Savilli, who I work with all the time, and our production designer, Kat Van Cleve, they did their homework, they did a lot of research. And while we were there, I even though our film is very stylized, I thought of it much more as like responding to the immediacy of what was happening in front of us, more than us like trying to build a world. It was more like responding to a world that we didn't know.
Yeah.
Have a lot of those people in that area, have they seen the finished movie?
Yeah, I think they showed it. We just had a theatrical run with Regal Cinemas, and it was shown down in Savannah. So I know that J. Craig rallied a lot of the people who not only worked on the film but were around us while we were making the film. While we were making the film, like busloads of people were coming in to be in the movie. And I think that J. Craig was responsible for getting people to be able to see it. And from what I've heard, they're responding really well to the movie. I was really happy because it sounds, like the audience I saw it with, certainly, and from what I heard, the audiences down south were doing all the right things that you want to have happen when you're watching a horror movie, which is shouting at the screen, saying, "Don't go there, you stupid idiot! Don't go to that door!" So the response was, even though the world of our film was very specific, the audience responded to it in the spirit from which the film was made, which is to scare you, and they were certainly loud and vocal and not afraid to say the same things that you say. I remember watching Friday the 13th Part 4. And it was like watching, like when I was little, I went to the movie theater to see it, and it was like watching the Super Bowl. Like people were throwing popcorn and soda at the screen, like saying, like, "You stupid idiot, what are you doing?" And I was very gratified that when we saw the Geechee Witch, I saw it in New York, but I heard that in Georgia as well, there's a pretty loud and vocal horror movie audience, that was pretty excited.
Something I mentioned sometimes on the show is, and nothing against vampires and werewolves and stuff, but, there's all kinds of legends out there that, never get movies made. And I think it's cool that you found like a legend. Of course we've seen witch movies, but not this specific thing. And to make, a movie about an actual folk legend that, a lot of people don't know about.
Yeah, that was exciting. It was something I really responded to in reading the script.
Yeah.
Sorry, Annabelle, I cut you off.
I said the legend found you.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. I've been watching my back ever since.
Which is amazing. Yeah, oh my Lord. I was just transfixed watching just the makeup, costuming, the scary eyes was awesome.
Yeah, a lot of that was, like we did, the writers presented me with like essentially like tons of material, because there were many different drawings and incarnations of the Geechee Witch, but a lot of them featured the same elements, which were the glowing red eyes and the talons and the teeth,
yeah.
They hired a contortionist named Nikki Lola to play the creature. They wanted somebody who was like really small and limber, but also had total control over her body. And Nikki Lola's body was like an instrument. I mean, she was very like bendy and willowy and strange, And I was really glad, because like the last witch that was in Slapface was a 10-foot tall, a 10-foot tall creature in a long cloak with the strange nose and the strange hair and the strange skin, like kind of a big Frankenstein like creature with a witch head like planted on it, So it was really nice for the Geechee Witch to do the opposite and do something that was like small and impish, but also gremlin like and just nasty and mean, and hungry. Like that was powerful. Really a delight.
Because she was tiny, but she was very powerful. Like you said,
tiny but powerful, ferocious, like a Wolverine.
Yes.
Did you do any research into sleep paralysis? Because I always think it's interesting too when you take something that people have experience with, and then you kind of mix it with supernatural, and it could give maybe this real thing is a supernatural thing. So did you do any research into sleep paralysis just to see how that affects people?
I did. Yeah, I did a bit of reading about it, beyond like just researching the Geechee Witch. So, but also, like, I was able to draw a little bit from my own experience because I have sleep apnea myself. Like, my partner gets freaked out because I will stop breathing for like 30 seconds at a time, and it's creepy, right? It's like one of those things where in your sleep, like something happens that, it's like, oh my God, is Jeremiah going to die?
Yeah, take your breath out just like the witch.
It is scary, but but there's all sorts of stuff that happen, like sleepwalking, like night terrors or a whole thing, and the idea of like walking around at night and seeing things and then waking up and being like, was that real? Did I really see those things when I was walking around in the hallway? Was any of that real, or was I just losing it? So some of that stuff would, while I was researching night terrors, some of that stuff came into it. It was it's one of those things where the closer you get to real life, the stranger it becomes.
It reminded me my grandmother would never let me. She'd always get mad if I let my cat sleep on my chest because she believed that the cats could suck the air out of you while you're sleeping.
Yeah, the cat is known as a witch's familiar.
And it's very similar to a scene in the movie. So
yeah.
I'm so curious about your take, because something that gets talked about is how are witches presented? Are we disservicing the human being tragedy? Like we're just talking about Salem, right? And yet I still love stories of witches. I understand what happened and the terrible things here and in Europe, and there's still all kinds of stuff going on. And yet I can still enjoy the stories about witches, like the slap face, like you were describing, this big, more of the traditional Halloween witch. Scarier, but so what do you think about that?
Well, I think the witch in Slapface just wanted a friend, I think she wanted to be loved, and she saw this little boy, and latched herself onto him and did it in the spirit of I want to know you, and yet it's kind of hard to be friends with a monster because she gets when she's trying to protect the boy, there's a sequence in the movie where a dog chases the boy and the monster just rips the dog apart extremely violently, and it's well, the monster was trying to protect, and often the monster in Slapface is trying to protect, but it comes out in extremely violent ways. She will just pick up a rock and start smashing some of the other characters, if she perceives them as being harmful. But the impetus of where she's coming from is always a desire to love and be loved. It's kind of like Travis Bickle in Taxi Driver. Travis Bickle just wants a friend.
You mentioned Frankenstein. I mean, I think that's the tragedy of Frankenstein. He
I love that book.
Any harm. He just can't exist in this world.
Yeah, Frankenstein by Mary Shelley is one of my favorite books. I read it every couple of years. And when I think of the witch, I like the idea of maintaining the complexity of those characters. It's I don't think, it's because the witch can also be perceived as a victim, because the witch is an other, and is othered, it's but if you're faced with a 10-foot tall monstrosity, your first instinct is not going to be to try to understand. If you see a 10-foot tall monstrosity hovering over, a child, your instinct will be that something bad is happening. And the thing that and Frankenstein is a good example, because the monster, in the movie, clearly wants to connect with the child, and it becomes distorted, and that's the thing I like about witches as characters, is that they can be distorted.
Speaking from New England, they used to cut that scene out often when I was a kid, when they would show it on TV. The days
too much for people. Yeah, it freaked them out.
And that's still that was I don't know, 60 years after the movie was made, or 50 years after the movie was made.
Yeah, they were still cutting that scene out. It's a great scene. Boris Karloff is a formidable actor. He's really great, and he's really subtle, and he's really nuanced. And he's not in the films that much. A little bit of the monster goes a long way, but it's my favorite performance in those movies And you just realize when you're watching Boris Karloff doing his work, you realize that as great as, like, I think it's Jack Smith, I think was the makeup artist for Frankenstein. You know, it's like, as great as Jack Smith's design is, monsters in movies that are played by actors are only rubber and paint until an actor breathes life into them. And I think that's true of Boris Karloff playing Frankenstein and Robert Englund playing Freddy Krueger and so on. You know, these monsters are just, you know, they're just rubber and paint until somebody inhabits them and makes a real character out of them.
And with Karloff, it's like there was such small, subtle, because his face was so heavy, maked up and prosthetic, that there were the smallest little facial changes a lot of the times to read what kind of emotions are going on. Just
Yeah, the actor who played the witch in Slapface was Lucas Hassel, who was very, you know, who spoke a lot with the makeup artist beforehand about wanting to have some room in his mouth and, you know, the ability to use his eyes. We deliberately didn't give contact lenses to Nicola in the Geechee Witch or Lucas in Slapface, so they would have the mobility, you know, and the ability to project outside of the makeup, and then use the makeup to build the character.
Diane Summerisle here, which that's a cool name, is she mentioned earlier about watching Slapface a lot, and she wants people to watch more than once. Always something new that you notice each time. Well,
thank you, Diane.
Now, you mentioned Slapface, you know, had a great festival run.
Yeah.
So with Geechee Witch, you didn't do the festival run? Was it because
that wasn't up to me? You know, I would have liked to. You know, like I sent the producers the list and said, you know, why don't we try for Fantasia and Fright Fest and Fantastic Fest and so on, you know, Grimm Fest and all these other great festivals, South by Southwest maybe, you know, but they just didn't want to do that, you know, like they wanted to go straight to a theatrical run, and then, you know, haven't signed any contracts yet, but like are talking about streaming in the next like couple of months. So, you know, they're negotiating those deals right now, but I think they wanted to do a theatrical run and then go straight to streaming, which, you know, I mean, I was a little disappointed. I love the festival circuit, and I feel like it's a way to, you know, I mean, the model we were using on Slapface was, you know, it was a way for us to generate word of mouth. You know, it was a way for us to get initial audiences to respond to the movie and then talk to each other, you know, because like horror audiences are an extremely vocal community, you know, like you know, if you do a film that people respond to and it's at a festival that has an impact, you know, they will talk to each other and say, you know, this movie is wonderful, you know, why don't you try to catch it if it ever comes around to your area? And in fact, the entire reason the Slapface feature got made was because I did a short that was also called Slapface that did the festivals for like, I think 3 years. And everywhere I went, you know, I would do the Q&A and say it's a proof of concept for a feature, you know, and like audiences liked it where it was being shown and were talking about it. And that is ultimately how it came to the attention of the producers who specifically were looking for, in their words, a dysfunctional family drama with something supernatural in it, because they loved movies like Hereditary and The Babadook and all this stuff that was The Witch. All these films were coming out at that time, and they were looking for something character-driven. So I was fortunately ready because they'd seen the short, and then I had the feature-length script ready to go and the pitch deck and all of those things, you know, and was able to share it with those producers. And, you know, we signed the option agreement, and I had no reason to believe that they would find the money or not find the money, but I had nothing to lose. You know, I was like, sure, you know, like, let's sign the option. And if a year from now you find the money, then let's go do it. But Mike Manning is a great producer. And 8 months later, I'm standing there on set, and there's the little kid and there's the monster. And here we are making the movie. I was really grateful, but film festivals were what made that happen. You know, like that feature might not have gotten made were it not for the fact that the short had done the festival circuit. And then once the feature was done, I don't know, you know, the way we got our sales agent for international, Epic, who's extraordinary. Dread is their horror subsidiary, and Shudder. That happened as a direct result of us doing film festivals at Fright Fest, we got really great reviews, and shortly afterwards sold to Shudder. But it was because of film festivals. But yeah, Geechee Witch didn't want to do that. If I were them, I would have liked it, but it wasn't up to me, because like Geechee Witch was a you know, in the best sense of the word, it was a work for hire job. You know, it's like they hired me to direct their movie, which I did to the best of my ability. You know, I was there with them all through post and color grading and sound, you know, everything, you know, and was there with them at the premiere. But, you know, like, unlike Slapface, where the producers would, you know, had me involved in decisions like how do you feel about this sales agent versus that sales agent? You know, I was part of those conversations. With Geechee Witch, it was like, yeah, I could share my thoughts with them, but ultimately it was not up to me. It was up to, you know, Phoenix Higgins, Jake Fred Gordon, and Jason W. Short, who were great to work with. You know, I wish they'd done the festival thing, but they chose not to.
Yeah.
So, when you first wrote the Slapface short, now you said later, you know, you had a script ready for the feature, but when you made the short, was the idea like, I hope to make a feature someday?
You know, when I made the short, the feature script already existed, and it had gone through the process of like, it had been optioned a couple times, and people were trying to get it made but couldn't get it made, and we were always getting faced with these questions that were frustrating, even though like in the script there's like a 1-page description of the monster that like describes it from head to toe. You know, you would still get producers saying stuff like, what does the monster look like? Does it look like Shrek? You know, and it's like, God, what are you, come on, you guys, you know. So, you know, I'd been playing with the idea of doing a proof of concept just as a way of getting over that hurdle of like, you know, like maybe that will help us to know what the monster looks like.
Yeah.
But also the other part of that was that if we never got to make the feature, you know, which was a real, you know, you never know, you know, I was like, well, if I make a short, you know, which will be like a couple, you know, like, you know, it wasn't 1-to-1 like scenes from the feature, but it was like, you know, took a couple scenes, retooled them a little bit to make them a little more conducive to a short, and put it out there, you know, and said, you know, if we never get to make this as a feature, at least I will have told the story in this way, and that would be good enough for me, you know. Like, that's fine, you know. I was very passionate about making that feature in particular, but, you know, like, you just never know, you know, there's so many things that go into making a movie. It's like, you need a script, and then you need producers who believe in, you know, unless you're the Addams Family and you know, like you're doing it, like they're doing everything themselves, you know, and which is brilliant. I really admire, like, you know, they're like great artists who are like doing everything themselves, you know, and I just never really worked that way. I always, you know, was that person who was like, I want to have a crew. I don't want to edit my own work. I want a bigger canvas. I mean, and mind you, Slapface is still a very small movie, but like, but also like you know, like the characters in Slapface grow up in abject poverty, and that is the world that I grew up in. Like, I just, you know, I don't have $150,000 laying around to be like, all right, now I'm gonna go do this thing. You know, it's you know, so I'm more reliant on finding producers who believe in the project, that will find the investors who will put the thing together. And Slapface was Mike Manning finding a series of people who all invested in the movie because they believed in the script and they believed in the story, and they also were kind of fine with dropping, you know, 5 figures or 6 figures, whatever, you know, like the amount of money that they were putting into the project. They, you know, obviously they wanted to get their investment back, but also they were like, even if we don't, you know, like, we like this project, and it suits our brand, and it suits like the thing that we want to do. And, you know, they were all getting something else out of it besides, you know, getting their money back, which fortunately they did, you know, like, you know, the movie did well and everybody was happy, but they were coming at it from a good place, you know, which is, you know, they were the best investors I've ever worked with, because all of them were like, we just believe in the project, you know, we believe in what you're doing, and we don't have any, like, and Mike Manning was very protective of me. Like, he created a situation where I didn't have to answer to anybody. And, you know, the other features I've done before that were not the case. You know, it was like, on every single one of them, it's like some of these decisions are up to you, but some of these decisions are not. Like, you know, you are not able to tell us who gets cast in these roles. You are not able to, like, you don't have final cut. You know, we will change your edit if we feel like it. And with Slapface, it was an opportunity to do the project that make the movie I wanted to make with the producers who believed in it, who supported me every step of the way. And Mike was smart and good and like had great notes, and you know, a lot of his notes are in the movie. Like, he was a real collaborator and a real ally and a real friend. I would love to work with him again. And then on Geechee Witch, you know, a lot of things were not up to me, but like the stuff that, but they were great. You know, it's like they didn't make me cast anybody that I didn't want to cast. You know, like in the edit, if they had decisions that I disagreed with, at least they were coming from a place that was sound and, you know, creative and, you know, that I could get behind, you know. So, you know, so it's, you know, like a lot of the work that I do is not like the Addams Family. A lot of the work that I do is like, I'm hired to go make something, you know, and Slapface was different. You know, Slapface was like, I'm able to make the movie that I want to make, and I have the support of the people who believe in me, which I don't take for granted. You know, I'm you know, it's it was a great situation to be in, and you know, I'd, you know, love to find more projects like that. You know, Mike and I are talking about other projects we could do together.
I love that your short turned into a movie where I didn't say they should have kept this a short. You know,
I think it's because we wrote it. I think it's because we wrote because I'd written the feature first. You know, like it wasn't because sometimes people do a short and then say, "Wow, this did really well. This expanded into a feature," and sometimes that works really well. You know, but like a lot of the time, well, I mean, a lot of the time, some of the time, you know, like you watch the feature, as you say, it was based on the short, and you say like, "Wow, it's really kind of padded," you know, like it's like watching old episodes of Doctor Who where there's a lot of running around in corridors. I love Doctor Who. I'm on a Doctor Who kick right now, where I'm watching all the old Doctor Who. There's a lot of running around. You know, there's a lot of padding.
Yeah, I think the reason is because if you're making a short that's only going to be a short, not like I want to make this into a feature like you did, is a lot of time it's like a punchline, not like a joke, but you know, a short is a certain amount of time, and then boom, there's something, you know, the end. And that's really hard to expand that into a feature. That kind
of thing. And those shorts that you're talking about are brilliant. You know, it's like
they work great as a short. You know,
exactly. But it's the same reason a lot of H.P. Lovecraft stories work well as short stories, is they build to a peak moment, you know, and then it's over. You know, and if you're gonna make a H.P. Lovecraft story into a feature, you know, it needs to be something like Reanimator, where there's a lot to draw on, you know, or I thought that Stuart Gordon did a brilliant, like he was the genius at like making these things into features, because he was able to figure out ways of like expanding the narrative and like making it feel like a longer story. But a lot of Edgar Allan Poe stories don't directly make for good features. You know, when Roger Corman made them, he basically threw out a lot of the Edgar Allan Poe stuff, except for a couple of images, and then made up his own stuff, you know. But yeah, I agree with you. Like short films are engineered differently than feature films. It's like the difference between, you know, there's a difference between telling a joke and climbing a mountain.
Right. Yeah. I always think a story should be as long as it needs to be. So I'm fine with a 3-hour movie if it should be, and I'm good with a 5-minute short if that's what it should be.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think a lot of movies are too long, you know, like but Dawn of the Dead, you know, I'm very happy that film was over 2 hours, because there was a lot that George Romero had to say in that movie. You know, it merits the length, as you say. You know, but I also love that Saint Maud, which is a horror film of recent years, is 84 minutes. And I was like, what a beautiful length for a feature, because it's under 90 minutes, so it kind of weirdly has the impact. Like, it's not a short film, but it's concise. You know, it really like drives to its point, you know, and like it's very quick, and you know, sometimes like a feature that is shorter can feel denser because it's compact. You know, so much has been packed into this thing, you know, and sometimes you're at a film festival and you're watching a movie and it's like 150 minutes or whatever. And you're like, wow, couldn't you have taken a little bit out? You know, not every movie is Dawn of the Dead, but
it's like if you have a cake and you spread out the frosting too thin. It's like, yeah, I've got cake, but or you could have an awesome tiny cake.
That's right, or a delicious cookie.
Yes, indeed.
You know, but I do agree. You know, it's like movies. You know, movies should be as long as they should be. You know, it's like a lot of John Carpenter movies are like 90 minutes. But The Thing is not, you know, The Thing is a little bit longer, and justifiably so, because there's a little bit more going on in that one. Yeah. You know, it's not, it lends itself to being a little bigger, which is great.
When you mentioned, you know, you don't want to do your own editing, I've always thought that would probably be a problem with me if I was editing something like that, is because it would be hard to cut out stuff that I had a good time making and I had the memory of making, even though it might not make for a better movie. So I think that's sometimes why some movies are longer than they should be, if it's someone who's editing it who you know, who made the movie.
Yeah, I think people can fall in love with their babies and not want to, you know, not want to push them out into the world. And, you know, like, I mean, you know, it's like people don't want to cut things, but yeah, I'm pretty ruthless with that. I like things to be a little shorter, but also I love the editor I work with. For many, many years, I've worked with an editor named Katie Dillon Wedge. And like, she's a great friend and a great, like, I like working with the same crew over and over again. I like the familiarity of it. Also, like, the thing that's nice about it is, like, if you work with the same crew over and over again, they can be like your family. And what your family can do is argue and still love each other. You know, you can really, like, if it, you know, and it makes you a better director because you have to argue your point of view. You have to be persuasive. You know, which is, I think, directing. You have to have a directive. You know, it's like, but working with Katie, I think, is brilliant because she's not there with us on set deliberately. She doesn't like being on set. She likes being at home. She likes looking at the footage. She likes cutting it together. And it's really useful when she does her first assembly because she might make choices that I wouldn't make, you know, and it's always interesting to get a different perspective. Yeah. And then we can discuss, you know, from there, you know, and say, like, well, that's brilliant. I never would have thought of that. But here in this sequence, like, what if we extend this a little bit and threaten this a little bit, you know, whatever. And it becomes a dialogue. And I love working with Katie in the same way that I love working with actors, where it's like, it's a collaboration and you get to, you know, have a give and a take with that person. You get to pitch and you get to catch, you know, and you get to play in the sandbox, and playing is more fun when it's more, you know, when you were a little kid, it was kind of like, I was a lonely child who, like, would kind of do stuff by myself. But, like, the thing that's great about movies is that you get to play with a bunch of really wonderful playmates, and you get to have a creative exchange. You know, back to the Addams Family. I mean, I talk about them a lot because I'm so inspired by them, but I love the way they write their scripts. You know, they do it together. And when, you know, when the little Addams were teenagers making these things, I thought that was brilliant, because how often do you get teenagers writing teenage roles? You know, it's always adults writing teenagers. And, you know, it's like when an adult is writing a teenager, the adult is like looking back and remembering.
Yeah.
When a teenager is writing a teenager, they're an expert at being a teenager. Like, they know that world better than we do. You know, and I think that's really, I mean, I Where the Devil Roams just came out, and I loved that movie as well. I'm a big fan of theirs. They actually live like 45 minutes from me, and we've been meaning to get together. But as you can tell, I'm a big fan.
We are too. We talk about them a lot, so we're happy that you are as well.
Yeah, totally. Well, I love horror movies. You know, there's a lot of great independent horror films, you know, like Larry Fessenden, Emily Bennett and Justin Brooks are doing really great films right now. You know, there's just Patrick Ray is always putting out something really new. He's a Midwestern filmmaker that we have a very healthy competition with one another, you know, but his work delights me endlessly. Yeah. You know, there are so many, like, good artists out there, like, making stuff.
Yeah, that's why I always get annoyed when people post, like, all they make is, you know, remakes and sequels, and there's no good movies since, like, the 80s. And it's like, well, that's probably all you're watching. There's all kinds of stuff out there.
There's all kinds of stuff out there. Yeah, like, and there really are all kinds, you know, and that's the thing I love about, you know, Shudder and Screenbox and some of those places, that you really get to see the diversity of horror filmmaking, you know, because, you know, like, there's there's Terrifier and there's Terrified. You know, one of them is like somebody gets killed every 10 minutes in a really creative way. And one of them is an Argentinian surrealist romp with a plot that is crazy making, you know, and like, then there's everything in between. You've got your slasher films, you know, like, which are like, you know, you have your Jack in the Box, like jump scare movies, and you have your surreal horror, and you have your character driven slow burn horror. You know, it's like, I'm endlessly enthralled by the many different kinds of horror movies. And I love them all. I'm a big horror. I mean, you know, like I still have that childlike enthusiasm that I had when I was little, when I watched movies now.
Yeah. I like all. That's what I kind of like about horror, that they are all different, because it depends what kind of mood I am.
That's right.
I could watch something that's completely silly, and that's fun, and then I could watch something that's very dark and full of, you know, kill whatever. It depends what I'm in the mood for.
Yeah. I've been, you know, like there's a great podcast called Evolution of Horror, where they've been doing like a series on home invasion films, you know, and it was really funny because I lived in the city for 30 years. When I moved to New York, I lived in the city, and only in the past like 2 years I moved to the country. I moved 15 minutes from where I shot Slapface, so I live in the Hudson Valley now. We live in this beautiful house that we call the Castle Boat because it's made out of stone and wood, and it looks like a castle on a boat. But, you know, I was listening to Evolution of Horror one day when nobody else was home, and it was talking about home invasion stuff, and I got so creeped out. You know, I suddenly had that feeling of like, oh my gosh, I'm isolated in the country, and somebody could go get it, you know. And I was kind of like thrilled by that. I was like, oh wow, you can still get scared by, you know, the things that, you know, like that's that wonderful feeling, like when you're watching a horror movie or even listening to this podcast. I was like, oh, that's the great thing is you can be scared and then recognize that feeling of being afraid and then feel safe, because, you know, it's like, it's not really happening to you. It's
right.
it's fake.
Right,
it's a fabrication. Yeah.
Let's see. Diane brings up, Slapface is more than just which film. It's about bullying and the aftermath. And
well, the end is so.
Yeah, which I also thought it was interesting. I think it's about the effects of bullying, and not just on the person being bullied. I think even the bullies themselves, it kind of shows what the effect it can have on them.
Yeah, you know, it's you know, another way of saying that would be it's about child abuse, you know. And like the thing about the abusers in that movie is like, you know, the older brother doesn't think of himself as being abusive, you know, like Tom thinks that he's, you know, raising Luke, like the older brother thinks that he's raising the younger brother to be prepared for the world, because the world is harsh and hard and mean, you know. And if we can do this game of slapping each other's faces, you know, it's not just me punishing you, you know, it's both of us having this like understanding of punishing and being punished, you know. It was interesting. Like I really loved working with the actor Dan Hedaya, who played the sheriff. He was the dad in Clueless, and he was in Blood Simple, and so many other great movies, you know. And so we made him the offer to play the sheriff. And, you know, it's at first he was like, no, he didn't even read the script. He's like, no, this horror movie, no, you know, no. But then he was like, that title though, Slapface, what does that mean? You know, and he read the script, and like within a couple pages, the brothers are slapping each other, and he's like, I'll do it again. You know, like, you know, like, it's like, cause he read the whole thing, and he was like, yes, you know, it's like, it's sadistic and it's masochistic, and it's, you know, he wasn't even talking about the sheriff. He was talking about the whole thing.
Yeah.
And it's like the kind of thing he wanted to talk about once we cast him was like, he wanted to talk about the whole world of the movie, because he was like, you know, the sheriff, I can play. He's done 300 movies. It's like, he can play any version of the sheriff that we want, you know. But he was like, but tell me about the themes of the movie. Tell me about like this game of Slapface, and tell me about the bullying, and tell me about the child abuse, because that's why I want to do it. You know, it's like, I want to fit myself into the mosaic of your movie. You know, I was very touched because Dan he's an artist. He's a painter. He paints, you know, like canvases, you know, and he thought of himself as a piece of paint on the canvas more than, you know, as an actor in the movie. So he wasn't like, tell me about the sheriff. He was like, tell me about the whole thing, and then I'll find my way into it. And those were the things that attracted to him about it, was the way that the abuser and the abused kind of had this weird, you know, cohabiting relationship, you know, like it's like, it's one of those things about like when people present abusers in movies. Like I remember watching, maybe it was Arnold Schwarzenegger movies or something, like where it's like the abusive dad, if you just punch them out, then it is solved. When the reality is so much more complex than that. It's like the way that people hurt each other and love each other at the same time, was one of the things I wanted to get at in the movie, and which is entirely the monster's MO as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a great movie, and I gotta say, since you're here, I always felt bad that our reviewer on our website at the time did not give it a good review, and I feel bad.
The feature or the short?
Do that, but
the feature or the short?
The feature. I
felt yeah. I mean, I don't mind bad reviews. I like honest reviews.
Yeah, like he is very honest. So yeah.
Yeah, I care about it because it's like when you put something out into the world, all you really want is. It's like if you're like love me, it's like that's not really, what you really want is somebody to tell you the truth, and if somebody writes a review and doesn't like your movie but does it thoughtfully, like does it incisively, then I respect that enormously, like when you put something out into the world, whether audiences like it or don't, or whether critics like it or don't, those are the parts that are not up to you. Your job as a filmmaker is to tell the story as truthfully and honestly as you can to the best of your ability. And when you put it out there, it's a contact sport. Some people will like it and some people will not. And like that negative review, it's like, I mean, that doesn't, with Slapface, like it didn't hurt because it was like, I love the film. I'm very proud of it. I put it out in the world, and I was really grateful that it was getting reviewed at all. Like people taking the time to look at your movie, assess it honestly, and share their thoughts. I'm grateful. Like like when I made that movie in particular, I was like, you know what? I don't, if people like it or don't like it, I know that I like it. I know I'm proud of it.
Yeah.
And then like if you read a good review, if you read a good review that was thoughtful about the movie, that's great. We were very fortunate. Like more people liked the movie than didn't. But when people didn't like the movie, it didn't bother me. I read those reviews just as like it didn't hurt me. Like I read those reviews and was like, yeah, that I can take it because that person didn't like it, but explained why. Like like your critic didn't take it. Like they weren't taking a giant dump all over my movie. This person didn't like it and said why. And that's fair.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up watching Siskel and Ebert, and they didn't like a lot of stuff I like, but
I freaking hated Blue Velvet.
Like, yeah. They
Roger Ebert, 1 star. I'm like, Roger, come on.
Yeah. It's kind of fun to go back and watch ones where it's like really like one of them didn't like One Who Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and I'm just like,
yeah, I think it was Ebert also. I think he gave it 2.5 stars. I mean, I can't remember exactly, but yeah, I actually like Siskel and Ebert. Like I grew up with those guys, and yeah, I didn't always agree with them, but especially with horror films, like they gave they panned the Thing, which is one of my favorite films.
Yeah, that's insane,
but yeah, I loved the poster for David Lynch again, like on Lost Highway. Like they reviewed the film and immediately put out a poster saying 2 thumbs down, Siskel and Ebert. And I was so impressed. I was like, that's really cool.
Yeah. And I mentioned on Facebook not too long ago, because I think if you didn't grow up with Siskel and Ebert, you also don't understand that it was hard to even know about these movies back then. So even if they didn't like a movie, they still got me to know about a lot of movies.
Yeah, I remember they reviewed a movie called Angel Heart with Mickey Rourke and Robert De Niro. And I think one of them really hated it, but I remember seeing them review it and I was like, that movie looks great. Mickey Rourke looks incredible in it. Robert De Niro being sinister, Lisa Bonet, like that really infamous sex scene at the time, and I remember seeing the movie afterwards and really being like, excited because I was like, wow, this is really grown up stuff, but I heard about it through Siskel and Ebert. I don't know if I would have heard of Angel Heart otherwise.
Yeah, it was hard to know unless it was a big movie playing everywhere. It was hard to know about it back then.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And Roman Chiminetti is a good guy. He just said he wants to thank you for getting him to work with Harry Manfredi about 10 years.
Harry Manfredini. Yeah, he was the composer for Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
And Swamp Thing, I think. Roman is a brilliant sound designer. who I've worked with for a number of years. I don't know if we've hired him or not for this short that I did called The Safety Games, but I hope we've hired him. It's he did the short Slap Face, and I think when we were doing the feature, he was doing his movie with Mark Patton from Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Scream Queens, which is a brilliant documentary. If people haven't seen it, I highly encourage you to watch it. It's a documentary about the queer content of Nightmare on Elm Street 2, which is, I remember watching that when I was little, and I really didn't like it because
I didn't either.
because like, where's Freddy? Why are they changing up all the world of the movie? Bring me Elm Street 3, Heather Langenkamp comes back. But seeing Elm Street 2 later and watching it many times since, just the whether intentional or not, the metaphor for queerness in that movie, and like coming out of the closet is like ripping out of a person, I was like, this is brilliant. And Mark Patton is pretty awesome in that movie. Yeah. And Roman's documentary about it, Scream Queens, is extraordinary. It's a really thoughtful, they interview a lot of the people who made Elm Street 2, including Mark Patton, and they talk about and deal with the content, in a way that gives a doorway into watching that movie for viewers that, might not otherwise see that movie in that way. I thought it was brilliant.
Yeah, I didn't like it when I was a kid either. And I remember when I got online seeing all this stuff about, calling it the gay Fred. And I was like, what do they even talk about? Then when I watch it now, I do think it's actually a great movie. And also I was like, how did I not even see a lot of this stuff, when I was a kid that's in this movie? But
I know once you see it through that frame, you can't miss it. It's pretty wild.
Yeah. And now that's a movie, though, I think has really found its audience over the last 10 years.
Don't you love it when a movie that people all seem to hate, gets rediscovered years later?
Like
so Elm Street 2, Halloween 3. Like, Halloween 3 is great. Like, Tom Atkins is like my favorite actor. But like seeing Halloween, seeing the way audiences have changed their tune about Halloween 3, breathtaking, and it's such a great film, and but yeah, it's like, so Elm Street 2, Halloween 3, and it makes me wonder what other films will get reevaluated in the years to come.
Yeah. Even The Thing, like at the time, like you said, Siskel and Ebert didn't like it, but it didn't even do well at the theater. But now it's like it's pretty much universally like praised as like great.
I know, like a box office failure, I guess. Like Blade Runner, it's like crazy to think that The Thing and Blade Runner didn't do well on their theatrical release and are now regarded as classics, But yeah, The Thing has this wonderfully ambiguous ending, and I, at the time, a lot of audiences like really hated that. But I think it's also what gave the film its longevity, like if people are fascinated by, like, that movie has a lot of depth, and it's really scary, and the practical effects hold up,
I think
that's really great.
When I was a kid, I loved it because of the weird aliens and monsters.
Yeah.
And now I still love that, but I love all the acting. It's just I think it's a perfect movie, honestly.
Yeah. I just had the opportunity to direct Keith David in a short that was called Don't Pick Up. It's playing at Cinequest next month in March. So, and it was one of those weird things where I was a little nervous about working with Keith because he was a childhood hero of mine, like McCready and Childs, you just grew up with those characters and you're like, man, I hope Keith is not an asshole because, it's a beloved character, and They Live as Frank, it's like, and in so many films, he was another one who's done like 300 movies. And I can happily report that Keith was absolutely lovely. He reminded me of, so he's got like baby boomer energy. He reminds me of like Kirby the vacuum cleaner in the Brave Little Toaster. Kirby the vacuum cleaner is like grumpy and won't pay a compliment to you, but has such a huge heart, and Keith was that, it's like, so on the surface, like curmudgeonly, but like really generous person and really great scene partner, lovely to work with. had a great scene with a little kid in that movie. It was wonderful to direct, like made my job super easy, and then loved the film, which I really appreciated. Like that would have broken my heart a little bit. You were talking about your film critic, but like if Keith hated the movie I worked on with him, I would have like cried a little bit. Like I would be like, man, I let down Childs, but he was really happy and really proud of the movie and wrote a beautiful letter to us saying that he was really happy. So people can watch it at Cinequest. The other thing about Keith that's lovely is he will walk around the set like singing show tunes, but he uses it as a way to stay in character. So he was singing all these songs from like the musical South Pacific. I'm not a musical theater person, but like he was singing the subtext of his character to stay in the mindset of where he was, but it was always through songs, and then I heard that when he was on Nope, the great Jordan Peele movie, he was singing songs from Oklahoma to stay in the cowboy mode.
Oh, that's cool. Nice.
So like you hire Keith David, you get a free show.
You might change your mind about musical theater. For Neil's birthday, I brought him to Evil Dead the Musical last night.
Oh my God, lucky you. Fun. Extraordinary.
Yeah. It was a surprise. All I knew is I was supposed to show up, and she told me not to dress nice. So
because of
that. Section. Yes, it was amazing. So I highly recommend.
Wonderful. I mean, like that I would definitely go see. I actually love, I just watched Ash versus Evil Dead finally,
that's great.
And it blew me away. I didn't know Sam Raimi directed the first episode, and every one is like, it's like gory and crazy. Like it's more demented than Army of Darkness even, it's like, wow, it is a gruesome show where they're ripping people apart every time. I was like, wow, wonderful.
Yeah, it was like we got a bunch of sequels to Evil Dead, through
bunch of Evil Dead sequels.
Yeah,
wonderful. Oh yeah, but I mean, so cool about the musical, and glad you didn't wear a suit. I mean, you want it's not the show to go to if you don't want to get, you run the risk of getting covered in goo.
Yeah, we were in the splat. She got the splatter zone.
Yes, delightful. That was part of the gifting, was having a bag that had holding it out. Close your eyes, and the first thing was a towel.
Oh my God!
And then the second thing was a poncho.
I'm jealous. It sounds amazing.
it was and the performers were great.
I'll bet.
Yeah, a lot of fun.
I want to know. So Bill Whedon, our friend Bill Whedon, said you're a great guy, and he worked with
Bill
previously.
Yeah, I directed him a couple times. He only in music videos. I don't think I've done a narrative film with Bill, but we did. We did some like very surreal, weird music videos together with Aaron David Gleason. I remember that Chris Sarandon was in one of those, who was also a delight to work with. Prince Humperdinck himself, but also Fright Night. Wonderful actor and a wonderful guy. But but Bill is a national treasure. And it's great to hear. It's great to hear from him.
And you had mentioned, and her work is great. Lindsay Catt says hello. So
Lindsay Catt. Yeah, Lindsay uses they them pronouns now. So like, but a great artist. I had the privilege. That was how I met Lindsay. Was they hired me to be one of the directors on The Avant-Gardener, which was like a kind of like the way that Lindsay described it was like we listened to soundtracks of movies, but what if the film were like a response to this music? It was kind of like Beyonce's Lemonade or something like that. So I directed 3 of those films, and Heather Matarazzo from Welcome to the Dollhouse directed one, and a couple other people directed them, and Lindsay directed some. It was really cool. It was like kind of a fantastical, like strange Guillermo del Toro, like coming of age story with monsters and delightful fantasias. It was extraordinary experience. And Lindsay and I have been talking about trying to collaborate on other things. We've talked about co-directing other features that we've got in development right now. So I would love to work with them again. They're a great, brilliant artist.
Yeah, I love Lindsay's. That's great. And when I met Lindsay, it was at Buffalo Dreams Fantastic Film Festival, which is a very, very long name. And my short film played with Lindsay's short film, and
outstanding
friends, and it was great.
Lindsay's film had a long, great festival life, and was extraordinary to work on. They're looking to do more feature length projects right now, and I'd be super excited to collaborate if that's possible.
Yeah. Can people see the Slapface short film and some of your other short films? Are they online?
They can find my short films online. You know, they're scattered around on YouTube and Vimeo. The Slapface short is not right now. You know, it's like I've been thinking about dropping it at some point. You know, it's like it'd be fun to share.
Yeah.
I think the producers have asked, you know, they were like, if we ever do some sort of physical meet, like it's out on DVD and stuff like that, but they were like, you know, like Mike was like, well, maybe hold it in case we do like something in the future.
Great.
But you know, I would like to share it with other people. But a lot of my short films are out there in the world online. Slapface the short is not, but the feature is on Shudder, of course, but also MC Plus and Amazon Prime and, you know, a bunch of other, you know, streaming services. If you do the Google search, you can easily find the 5 or 6 platforms that it is on. And Geechee Witch will be making an announcement pretty soon. You know, like nothing. You know, I can't say the ink is dry or anything yet, because they're still negotiating those deals right now. But like, but hopefully we can announce something very soon. And you know, I think they're aiming for something to happen in the next couple of months.
That's very exciting.
I
want people to see it.
Oh, absolutely. I'm noticing the logo has 2 blue E's that are very small on my screen. What is the deal with 2 blue E's?
Yeah, like that was something that the producers felt strongly about. They wanted to incorporate the idea of, you know, like in the on Dufusky Island where we filmed, they often would have like 2 blue doors, like in the middle, and like if you would drive down the road and see like 2 blue doors like in the road, you know, just as a symbol of like warding off the monster. And I think the 2 E's were like a way for them to, you know, they couldn't exactly put the 2 doors up in the title, but like they wanted to suggest something from the culture that was like an insider's reference to the monster, and specifically to the island culture that we were filming in, because that was something you just run into all the time. Like, you know, like I said, the blue doors, blue windows, but like, you know, they're just like, there would be blue signs up and stuff like that. So they wanted a reference to that in the logo.
I love it.
It was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's great. And I want to ask you just a couple things about witches in general, since we're doing the winter of the witches. Do you have a favorite witch movie besides your own?
Yes, I absolutely love Ken Russell's film, The Devils. You know,
that's
pretty great. Oliver Reed and Vanessa Redgrave give these extraordinary performances in that film. That's an oldie but a goodie. It's pretty wild. It's pretty untamed movie in a delightful way. I love that film. I think it's just a crazy, wild ride and pretty fascinating.
The guy who plays the witch hunter is amazing.
Oh, so good.
The guy that's like just yelling.
Yeah, so good. Vincent Price has a great one called Witchfinder General, you know, where like which is like Vincent Price usually camps it up and has a lot of fun in his movies, but in Witchfinder General, he's scary. You know, he's like, the director was this 25-year-old kid who was always telling him less, Vincent, less. He didn't want to cast Vincent Price. He wanted Donald Pleasance. And the investors were like, no, it's Vincent Price. You know, he's a bigger name. You know, which you kind of, you know, like you face that all the time. But like, so Vincent Price is in the movie and the director doesn't want him because he thinks Vincent Price is a ham. He's always telling him less, Vincent, less. Consequently, the performance is brilliant. You know, Vincent Price is scary and like not mincing around, you know, but Vincent Price was getting pissed off and told the kid, like, young man, I've done 300 movies, you know, like, don't tell me what to do. And the director's like, well, I've directed 2 good ones. Like, the guts of that guy. You know?
Wow.
You know, yeah, like, you know, actors will test you, you know, but like, anyway, that movie is great. Witchfinder General is great. No matter how much conflict went into the making of it, the movie itself is pretty wonderful.
Yeah. And do you have a favorite looking witch?
Favorite looking witch? Yeah, you know, like I liked the entire thing with Slapface was like, what if we took the hook-nosed the cartoon of the witch, but like, what would that look like if it were grounded in reality? What if we could take that and make it scary again? You know, so like the Disney witch, you know, that everybody knows and like kind of finds very palatable, we were like, well, let's take that because I love that design, but let's treat it as if it were in 3-dimensional reality, and take it seriously, and play it completely sober, and but I love the design.
Great.
So like the Disney witches, I think, are actually like a great jumping off point for
Snow
for
White,
weird looking witches. Yeah, Snow White's witch.
And
I definitely like the Looney Tunes Bugs Bunny witch myself.
That's right, the Looney Tunes Bugs Bunny. Those cartoons are brilliant. Like there's so much going on in those.
Yeah. By the way, the Brattle, we missed it, Annabelle, but they had a Bugs Bunny marathon, the annual Bugs Bunny marathon.
Oh, yeah, fantastic! You can't go wrong. It's like so anarchic and wild and funny.
And if you were able to cast a spell, if you had the power to cast a witch spell, what would it be?
If I had the power to cast a witch spell, world peace.
No, that's
Yes.
I like this answer. Yeah.
Yes.
And have you ever used a Ouija board? And do you have any experience to tell?
Yes, definitely. Like growing up in the country, we were always trying to find ways of like passing the time. So, the kids who lived near me would either be riding horses or playing with the Ouija board. We'd go. And so we'd be staying up late, like with the flashlight, and the Ouija board, like, and it's like, are you pushing the glass? Like, no, it's like it's the real thing, whatever. I think we were all enthralled by The Exorcist, which had the Captain Howdy sequence, and so when you're a little kid and you're playing with the board, like it's all very real for you. It's as real as as real as anything else.
This was yes. I love Wilhelmina. I don't know.
Wilhelmina.
Come
on now.
Puff and Stuff. Yes, yeah, I remember Puff and Stuff, and there was also like those. So Puff and Stuff, and then Lidsville, which is the land of magic hats. Those are demented. Like, and it's like, were those people all on LSD while they were making those things? Because they are cracked out. Like they are so trippy and so wild. Like looking at some of the strange Puff and Stuff creatures from the 70s. You're almost like, wow, it's almost more disturbing than some horror films.
It inspired a great Mr. Show short.
I should check that out. I should look that up on YouTube after we finish.
Yeah, I think it's called Drugachusetts, but it's
outstanding. I'm gonna watch that when we're done. I'm fascinated by that stuff. Puppy
Salute says you're a very nice guy.
Thank you. Yeah, I care about it. Like I try to run my sets that way too. Like I care a lot about professional courtesy and people being kind to each other. Like film sets can be such stressful environments. And there's a tendency to want to explode and whatever. Like tensions can get high, but like people look to the top to see how to behave. And I really care about it. Like I want my films to be very dark and weird and strange and otherworldly and all that. But I like the sets to be kind and compassionate and having fun and playing in the sandbox with other people. Like I don't want to work with dark, weird. I don't want to work with like scary people. I want to work with loving, kind people making scary things. Because like if we're all respectful for each other, it allows us to be vulnerable and allows us to open up. And if we're vulnerable, when we can go to the scary place, and we can come back safely, which is, I think, the thing that is great about horror films. So if it's like, if people regard me as being kind, then I would take that as a badge. I would wear that like a badge of honor.
I was noticing very early in when you were talking about working with your people, this has come up a few times lately in conversations, is the idea of people being able to trust.
Yeah.
And how important that is on set for there to be some cohesion and really feel like you've got each other's backs.
I think it's vital. Yeah, I think it's vital. And it's sometimes, and like there are a lot of really talented people who might not necessarily want to give you their trust right away. It's always nice when people do. Like if somebody, like I'm kind of that kind of person where I'm inclined to trust you right away, unless you do something to earn my distrust. I would rather come in from a place of trust. But I can understand why somebody would come in the opposite way.
Yeah.
You know, we worked, like my first feature, we had, like, it was a Killer in the Woods movie, and Tom Savini played our killer. And he showed up and was prepared to direct the movie for us. You know, like he was like, put the camera here and I'll do this and I'll do that. And I was prepared. I'd heard that he can be tough and he can come in like a Panzer tank. And if you don't have a backbone, he will walk all over you and mop the floor with you, but Dominic, who shot Slapface and the Geechee Witch, he was there with me from my first feature onwards. We were prepared. We edited together like 3 or 4 minutes of the movie. We'd been shooting for 2 weeks. We showed Tom, because he like bossed us around and was kind of a jerk, and we're like, Tom, that's great. We're like, oh boy. But then it's like, but Tom, here's what we've shot, here's a little 3 or 4 minutes of what we shot so far. If you'd like to see it. He's like, sure. And he watches it. He's like, oh, great. Good. I'm going to go get ready. And then he like friggin' covered himself in dirt, put dirt under his fingernails, like went in and was like so sweet with us for the rest of the time. Like he did his own stunts, didn't have to, because he saw that, he felt good about the work that we were doing. And then he felt good about being on set with us, and he felt respected, but he also felt like we were collaborating, but he also felt like we had a point of view. Like he felt inclined to trust that we knew what we were doing, which I think is a part of it. It's not just that you're a nice person, which I think is very valuable. It's also like the way that you earn somebody's trust is by like doing your job to the best of your ability, and if they see you approaching that work with great passion, then they might join you in that passion. And Tom certainly did. He was very cool. He was awesome with me and the crew. And like, he thought the crew wasn't being fed well enough, so he talked to the producers, and the next day we had filet mignon. It was crazy.
Wow.
Like he was really cool. And if he didn't, and the thing about him though was if he didn't like you, you didn't wonder. So there were people that he was very mean to. Some people, if he didn't think somebody was good at their job, or if he or if he thought somebody was being, if he just didn't like somebody for whatever reason, like he could be really tough on them. But he was very sweet with me, and like then like a couple months later, he invited me to the set of a film he was directing and put me behind the monitor, and it was very fun. It was great. So I know Tom can be really tough, and like his reputation along the film, along the circuit of like signing autographs and so on, like he can be a prickly pear. But he was one where it's like if he trusts you, he will do anything for you, and certainly. That was the Tom that I met and got the chance to work with. And I was really grateful. It's like, but yeah, how do you get somebody to trust you? It's like, show up, do the best you can. Don't be afraid to be vulnerable. Don't be afraid to be, it's like, everybody's like, oh, you got to be hard and tough. It's like, no, the opposite. Like the more open you are, the more receptive everybody will be. The more willing you are to be like, to create a safe space, the more they will give you, it's like all that stuff is really important to me.
That's interesting. Last time we had him on, he's been on a few times. He's always been nice to me, but
I think he's lovely. Yeah.
Yeah. He had mentioned, because it was right after he put out this, there's a documentary about him, and he had mentioned on the show about having a reputation for being a jerk. And he said he was at times, and he's actually trying to become a better like person. He talked about on the show saying that like he felt bad about how he's treated. So not always, but some people he knows looking back, he didn't always treat people.
It's nice to hear. Yeah. Like my experience with Tom was absolutely great. I found it valuable. I've been trying to work with him. I would love to work with him again. We were trying to find a way, like maybe someday we will. I definitely would work with him again if given the opportunity, because I love that guy. He was great. He was, he was the name on our first, he was like the biggest, the legend on my first feature. And he was very kind to me and very supportive and like helped me, which was great.
Yeah. Puppy's excited to see the Geechee Witch.
Oh yeah, check. Keep your eyes peeled. Like we'll be making an announcement soon. Like I think the Regal, I could be wrong about this, I think the Regal Cinema run is completed, but streaming, we'll make an announcement pretty soon. So hopefully you'll get the chance to see it in the next like couple of months.
Yeah, and we'll let people know who's listening. But for people who want to follow, I know you have the website, but where would be like the best way to follow to see, where the updates would come?
I'm very active on social media. So I use Facebook and I use Instagram. You know, so there also aren't that many Jeremiah Kipps, so I'm pretty easy to Google and find. But like, yeah, I mean, if people follow me on the socials, I'm pretty active and I keep people abreast of what's going on.
I do want to know. I know, you know, we've had a lovely time, but I'm curious about your Lovecraft film preferences.
Black Wake.
I'm a big Lovecraft fan.
H.P. Lovecraft. Yeah. So Black Wake. Yeah. My third feature was called Black Wake, and what a weird experience that was. So it was written by a guy named Jerry Janda, who loves H.P. Lovecraft, and originally had a different title, which I can't remember right now, but it was one of those longer, like, thing on the doorstep type titles, you know, like, and the producers were like, nah, we're calling it Black Wake because B is close to A, and A is the first letter in the alphabet, you know. It was at a time when, like, the way that movies would show up on these things, like, it would, like, A would be first, and they were like B.
Yeah.
Like, this was back in,
this was
like 10 years. Yeah, Redbox or whatever. This was like 10 years ago or whatever. I can't remember now. But you know, so yeah, like the thing I liked the most about that movie was that at the end of the film, a big monster that is not Cthulhu but is an H.P. Lovecraft inspired creature. I think it's Yal Sagoth or whatever, like what inspired the creation of it. But yeah, like comes marching out of the water like Godzilla and makes a couple of appearances in the movie. And for a low budget movie to have a giant elder god like show up and like be ready to start smashing the world, I was, you know, that made me proud. You know, like I was like, whatever the problems are with this movie, at the end of it, an elder god rises, and that makes me very happy. You know, you know, like. So I'm glad we got the chance to do it. You know, there's things about that movie where like there was a lot, like unlike Slapface, there was a ton of producer notes and there were a lot of things that happened making it. But the thing that I do enjoy about it are like the parts of it that Jerry was directly homaging H.P. Lovecraft, and some of those things are still in the film, which I really appreciate.
Yeah. I was going to as soon as I say I love H.P. Lovecraft, I think everybody who says that realizes, wow, I don't love him. He was not a nice man.
A terrible person, but like great writer. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It inspired horror, like modern horror.
Yeah. You know, like, rereading his material, you know, it's like wild, you know, like wild things happen in his stories, you know, and there are a lot of them that haven't been made into films yet that, you know, I mean, I'm very glad that Barbara Crampton just made a new one, you know, Suitable Flesh. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm excited because I know they were homaging the great Stuart Gordon films.
Yeah.
So
it captures that very well because it's Lovecraftian.
Yeah.
There's kind of like a kitschy silliness to it. That's very
wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I hope Guillermo del Toro gets to do in the Mountains Madness someday. Like that would be phenomenal. I hope that happens.
Yes.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of these movies are low budget, which is great. That's fine. But someone like Del Toro will probably get the budget to do something like.
But even he had a lot of trouble. Like at the Mountains, it's like for years he's been trying to get the budget. But even at one point he was going to do it with Tom Cruise. You know, and you're like. And you're like, if Tom Cruise and Guillermo del Toro can't get a movie made, then who can? You know. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I believe in Guillermo del Toro. Like he's a very persistent guy, you know, and took him years to get his Pinocchio movie made, but he did. And Nightmare Alley, he was originally going to do that with Ron Perlman back in the day, and like after he won that Oscar, he was like, Nightmare Alley, we're making it, you know. So you know, I still live in hope that he'll get to do his big H.P. Lovecraft movie. I hope that happens.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of Nightmare Alley, by the way.
I love it. It's so great. Bradley Cooper is extraordinary in it.
Yeah, yeah. And Ron Perlman
Perlman, who is another national treasure. He's another actor. It's like I'd love the opportunity to work with Ron Perlman someday. He's just so good. He's such a subtle, nuanced actor. He can do big in Hellboy, and he can do really nuanced work in like Larry Fessend's Last Winter and everything in between.
Wow,
he's the actor's actor.
Yeah. And he's got a great public presence.
Yeah, I follow his posts, and I love how outspoken he is. You know, he does not hide his feelings, which impresses me to no end.
Yes.
Yeah. We're all fans of this. So this has been great, and we would
Yeah,
love
you
to have
guys,
you back
wonderful.
sometime.
Yeah, thank you. It was a pleasure for me too. You guys are wonderful, and thanks everybody who tuned in, and thank you guys for the great questions and the great conversation.
Yeah, it's been
And we
wonderful.
look forward to more films from you, short
And what
or
is your-
video.
Oh, he's out. No,
No,
he's back. He's out. He's back. What is the next festival you will be doing?
Well, we're finishing up a short race. Oh, so CineQuest is next. We're showing Don't Pick Up with Keith David and Catherine Irby. And then we're just finishing up Post right now with Roman. I hope that's the one I was hoping we're hiring Roman on, which is called The Safety Games, which is another monster movie. It's a short, like a 10-minute piece. Emily Bennett, who's a great horror filmmaker, is one of the actors in it. So we're just finishing that one up right now, and then we'll be hitting the festival circuit with it soon. It was one of those movies that was real. Like, we shot it a year ago, and we thought it would be not too visual effects heavy because we used it's not a puppet movie in the sense of like Chucky being a puppet, but like we used a puppet monster, that we were going to further animate using visual effects. And that a year later, we're finally just wrapping the post on that movie. It was like one of the, like, it made Slapface and Geechee Witch look easy in comparison to this 10-minute short where it's like, you were like, oh, how hard could it be? We're just animating this puppet. But it wound up being the most challenging, interesting process of post in a movie. But it's called The Safety Games, and it'll be hitting the festival circuit this year. And we're aiming for like the great horror festivals and so on. So stay tuned.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. It was a pleasure.
Yeah. People are saying hello here. They all enjoyed it.
Yep. There's a ton of people in the chat, truly.
Lots
and lots of people with
very kind of them. All right, well, I'm going to say farewell. I'm going to leave this chat now, but you guys are the best.
Yeah, thank you. You're great.
Take care.
Yeah. Well, that worked out very well. Oh,
yeah.
Yes. Great guy. Known him for a while on Facebook. He was gonna be on a couple times for some reasons, and then it never worked out. So I'm glad it worked out.
It did. Kept him long.
Huh?
Kept him.
Yeah.
Long. He was great. He was very easy to talk to. Excited about his work in his horror world, and I love it.
Yes. So Lindsay Cat, she's great. Or they are great. I'm sorry. And Avant Gardner, I don't think it's anywhere, but that's one that I saw at festivals, and then unfortunately I don't think it's anywhere. But if it ever pops up somewhere, I would love people to see it.
Check out festivals.
Yes, that's why.
I hope that can be built up. Is if you guys have any local film festival horror stuff, you never know what's going to be there, because unless you heard about it from us or somewhere else. But man, you can see so much cool stuff.
And Lindsay also took me my first time ever to what is this place? It's a
Giant Checkers.
Yeah, it's
oh my goodness.
What is the restaurant called?
You look like a different human. Look at that long hair. I see Front Porch. Whatever.
Yeah,
Porch is.
I forget the name of the place, but it wasn't particularly good. But we had a good time. That was all that mattered.
Yes. Yeah. It looked like you guys were getting along very well. It was very
fun. All right, so we're going to take a break, but we're going to come back. So stay with us, folks. We're going to play a review by Justin Beheading.
Nice.
It's about 6 minutes long, so stick around. If you haven't watched it, watch that, and we're going to come back. We're going to talk about some stuff. We actually have been sent some trailers that we've been given the okay to play, so we'll play some of them, and we'll talk about them while we play them, and it'll be good times. And think of some questions and stuff for us to talk about here in the chat, people, and we'll talk about them. All right, here we go. We're gonna play Justin Beheading. He's reviewing Here for Blood. Be right back.
everyone. Welcome to the headquarters. I'm Justin Beheading, and today we'll be talking about a new horror comedy called Here for Blood. Here for Blood is about a wrestler who's tasked with watching over a little girl that his girlfriend babysits while she's studying for an exam. And so he goes to this girl's house, and everything seems to be working out reasonably well, fine enough, until these masked men show up that basically break into the house, and it turns out that they want to get the girl for a sacrifice. So the film has a fun enough approach to this premise, wherein the wrestler is essentially the would-be hero who takes on these cult members and with brute force takes several of them down. You know, you have a lot of gory kills, and he even takes a few scrapes here and there to keep him, of course, from being just a human tank. And the actor who plays him is Sean Roberts of Resident Evil fame. And he's a likable enough character. He essentially plays, what I took from this was almost like a more competent version, but no less naive version, of Jack Burton, Kurt Russell's character from Big Trouble in Little China. And then you have the two actresses. You have his girlfriend Barb, played by Joelle Farrow. And then you have the little girl Grace, who's played by Maya Misaljevic. I apologize if I said that name wrong. And both actresses are also really good in their roles. So this is a film that I can see how someone could just have a good time with this, you know, with the kills and everything. But for me, I have a lot of issues that really overshadow my enjoyment of this film, unfortunately. So first and foremost, you have the villains. You have this masked cult that Sean Roberts has to take down. They seem too inept. They're kind of lame. They do get a little tougher as the film goes along. Go up against Sean Roberts and, you know, kind of provide somewhat of a challenge, but really not enough. I mean, he never really seems like he's too in over his head to not be able to handle the situation. I mean, the more sinister and ruthless cult members are never really given much weight or presence. You know, you have this one cult member who wears a black leather jacket, black leather pants, no shirt underneath, and a mask like all the other cult members, and has this long curly hair. He kills these two girls at the beginning of the movie, which establishes that this cult is, of course, sacrificing people for a specific purpose. But something about the way that they shoot him and present him just never really seems like, doesn't really make him feel all that menacing. It just never really worked for me, how they shot him and presented him. Granted, you have a scene where he kills a pizza guy that comes to the house and delivers the pizza, and before he's able to leave, he actually tries to confront that particular cult member when he sees him by this shed. And of course, he gets killed, not surprisingly. And so later, when this particular cult member is talking to his boss about possibly going in and taking down the little girl and Sean Roberts, he tells him, you know, you've done enough. You killed the pizza guy. You know, as if that really makes a huge difference. They're going to kill everybody, it seems. But that sets him up to be much more ruthless, certainly, and makes you think, okay, he's going to be the big baddie, the big henchman that Sean Roberts has to fight and have this big epic confrontation with. As soon as he confronts Sean Roberts, you know, the fight doesn't last very long before he's finally just done in by this talking skull that's actually, like, kind of the real head of the cult that they're all bowing down to. This skull bites down on his brains, which was kind of worth a chuckle, you know, but But then you have this other muscle-bound cult member that also is set up kind of late in the game to go up against Sean Roberts that I don't even remember how long the fight in that one lasted. Honestly, it left my mind not long after it happened. A lot of what happened in the third act kind of left my mind as after I watched the movie. Then you also have the main villain who spends most of his time in this shed, just getting more and more irate and irritated with how bumbling and incompetent his men are. But then you have this twist that the filmmakers try to hint at, which comes off as a bit odd with some of the little subtle hints that they try to throw in there very early in the game. But then you have this big giant clue that the whole thing is some kind of setup in some way. And it really telegraphs what's going on with this family. So that when you get the big twist reveal, you know, you're kind of just like, well, yeah, I figured that out, but why? And then you get the explanation from those characters, and you're just like, okay. Really? What? The gore was great, though. You have this one great gory moment where one of the cult members takes on Sean Roberts and he gets his face grilled on the stovetop, and the stovetop actually leaves an imprint on his face. And then you have another one where one of the cult members actually gets decapitated, and he's spraying a geyser of blood on Sean Roberts' girlfriend in the movie. And at one point, it's spraying on her, and she's screaming and screaming and screaming, and then it stops, and she goes, huh? And then it starts again, and then she starts screaming again, and then it stops, and it kind of just goes back and forth like that, like a gag out of Evil Dead 2. However, Evil Dead 2, this movie is not. I mean, and so, unfortunately with this one, it has neither that feeling of dread from any horror movie, nor is it actually funny as a comedy. Well, except for some of the scenes with the talking skull that I mentioned earlier, which just asks, to be fed every once in a while here and there, even though at times the thing does look a little rubbery, but that kind of almost would give the movie a charm. But by that point in the movie when he showed up, it was too little too late. Now for the rating, I give this one a 4 out of 10. Have you seen Here for Blood? If you did, what did you think about it? Or what's your favorite horror comedy? I'm Justin Beheading, and I hope to welcome you guys back to the headquarters soon.
Right, thank you, Justin. I actually liked Here for Blood more than Justin, but
interesting.
I thought it was fun.
I like his headquarters joke.
I do too. Yes,
pretty cute.
So,
I have a sweet shirt. You should think, oh, that's way more sweet. Let me see. Sorry, this is sweet as well. Oh, they got it printed, eh?
so they refused to print the ones they were going to send to Michael, but for some reason okayed the ones they were sending to me. But
same company? Was it
same
Vista
company?
Print?
Same Vista Print. Yep, they refused the ones they were sending to Michael St. Michael's, but the ones they ordered the same day to me, they okayed and I received. So, but thank you, Michael and Sophia. I have like a 1,000 or 2,000 of these. I'm gonna bring some to Dead of Winter.
Bring some to me, and I'll spread them about in the
I've been
Salem towns.
I've been putting one every day at my on the bulletin board at my grocery store, and it's gone every time.
Yeah, well, it's at a grocery store. I can imagine why it's gone every time.
Well, I have a Without Your Head one up there. It's been up there for a week now.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
that thing what you've talked about, having shirts that other people, you're like, why are people bothered by this? And there's like total just complete murder, like gore. That's the card you're talking about being in the grocery store.
That's that does actually make me laugh though. But when I put this up, and then there's a bulletin board over by like the town hall that's got like ads for people
so
to come mow your lawn and stuff.
They're ads for your own entertainment.
Yeah, they're fun. It makes me laugh. And also, I got this from Michael Sophia for my birthday. It is the Thing postcard, and it is from the new Beverly Cinema, which is Quentin Tarantino cinema that we went to with Addison
and Heather and Andrew.
Yes, I think you're right. Wow, they got some cool stuff coming up. Oh, this was in December. They showed The Shining, The Invisible Man.
Wow.
Let the right one in.
The original Invisible Man, or who was it, Kevin Bacon? Or?
Well, that's
I would assume the original.
Yeah.
I think he'd be.
The Kevin Bacon one, I think that's called something else. It's not called Invisible Man.
There is a newer one, though.
There was a newer one that was a lot of people really liked. I actually was not a big fan of it, but it must be all stuff that takes place in winter, I guess, because I know let the right one in does, and The Shining and The Thing. But oh yeah, Invisible Man. He comes into the end.
He walks his little footprints in the snow.
Yeah.
I love that movie.
I didn't. Yeah, I think it's
one of my total favorite Universal. I know it's like a little bit off because it is so funny, but
I think it's the most underrated of all Universal monster movies. It's like people like it, but I don't think it gets the praise it deserves.
It does not at all.
So what were you about to show? This cool shirt?
Oh, the sweet shirt that I got online from Nighthawk Cinema.
Oh, sweet. I wanted to get a beanie from Nighthawk Cinema.
Well, go online, man.
Yes. That's what I need to start getting more beanies because I wear them almost all year round because my head gets cold.
Mm-hmm. There you
A
go.
lot of shirts. So
I'm pretty happy that I started getting like Film Fest shirt. What the fuck is that?
This is my Sasquatch sweater.
What the heck? Why is what? Oh my lord!
Isn't that great? So I bought this years ago, and at the time it was way too small for me. And I found it, and now it fits. It's a little big actually now, but it was way too small. Now it fits good. And I was like, this rocks.
It certainly does.
It's pretty rock.
You need to see this Bigfoot movie. Oh my god, it's so good. I've got to find the title. You can talk. I'm gonna look. It's so good.
Pepe Potit says Neil just showed us his thing. I showed you the thing, not my thing.
No, that's not. We don't go there on this show, folks.
So right before we went live, literally right before we went live.
Yes.
I ordered us tickets to
Oh yeah.
Stop Motion. Boom. I got us the tickets.
Do you want me to send you an image?
I actually have the trailer. We can play it.
Oh. Yes.
Right. I think it'll take up the whole screen. That's fine though, isn't it?
Yes.
Let me find it here. Did I not save it? Oh yeah, it's right here. I see it. I saved it. I have a bunch of videos. All right, here we go. We're going to show you guys the trailer for Stop Motion. It opens tomorrow at select theaters. Luckily enough, it's not shown at the AMC, but it was shown at Alamo Drafthouse, which I've been to Alamo Drafthouse, but not the one in Boston. So this will be fun.
Oh, now I remember this by name because it was something I talked about a few weeks ago on the show.
Yes.
Yeah.
All
right.
This is okay. Wild. I'm glad we're going to be able to not just see it, but see it in the theater. It's going to be great.
Yes.
It should play here.
Such a morbid imagination. Bringing dead things to life.
Hey, she emerges from her cave.
Hello.
When do you think you'll finish this film of yours?
I don't know.
What's all that stuff?
It's called stop motion animation. What do you think?
It's a bit boring.
It's not finished. I mean, it's not boring.
Make a new one.
A new one?
Yeah. I know a better story. You want to hear it? There's a girl. She's scared. There's someone coming.
Who's coming?
The man no one wants to meet.
The Ashman.
You could bring it to life.
What does the Ashman do?
Don't be scared.
Whatever it is you think you saw back there, it's not real.
I don't want to make this film anymore.
Don't you want to hear the next bit of the story?
I want to go. I want to go. What happens when it takes on a life of its own?
Damn, that looks awesome.
Wow.
That's going to be awesome. I'm very excited that we're going to get to see it.
Yes. I'm very excited as well. I'm trying to find some people, maybe Robert Morgan.
It'd be a great kickoff for the weekend.
Crazy. Bobby, yeah. Have you ever seen Bobby? Yeah.
No, I remember you mentioning this. Yeah.
Fucking weird. Let me get an image here of Bobby. Yeah. But that looks incredible. And I'm really, I really think from what I saw there, they try to go with something that's fairly mainstream story-wise and character development-wise. Just from the audio, like the way they do the music in the trailer, there's these certain kinds of like rhythm to it. But I think they're going to marry it very well with how terribly creepy all of that shit is. I don't think this guy would make something that wasn't true to his vision. Oh my goodness, Bobby, yeah. Ugh, you're gonna love this little dude.
I like the name.
Bobby, yeah?
Yeah, Bobby, yeah.
It's a weird little creature. Where? I have too many tabs open. There we go. Too many windows open, let alone tabs. My goodness. All right, I'm sending you Bobby, yeah. You're gonna like him a lot.
Oh, man.
It's such a weird short. It's long, but it's
You can definitely see that it's similar style.
Yeah, it's very weird.
Bobby.
Oh yeah, anybody that knows Bobby, yeah. People who don't know Bobby, yeah. I'm gonna say that they will not be the same. Bobby, yeah, is truly crazy, weird, artsy. Does not always seem to make sense. Look at that guy. What's not to love about that face?
What a creep. I love it.
What? Bobby's a good guy. Thing.
That looks trippy. Pepe Petit's in.
Yeah, that's very exciting. Dead of Winter this weekend, Sunday, Worcester, Massachusetts.
A big kickoff. It's going to be a great weekend. So we're going to kick it off with stop motion. And we're Dead of Winter Sunday. People in the New England area, hope you can come out. It's 6 hours of short films, but not just a short film horror festival. There's also 30-something vendors. It's going to be a wild, be awesome time. And it's the first one, so I think that's always special to come out and be part of the first of hopefully many.
Yeah, and the energy of James, the guy who's running the deal. He's got people with him, but I know James's name. So James and company, James is the representative. He is so full of energy and love, and he is, oh no. Jeez, I just started playing the thing by accident. But anyways,
we can hear.
Good. Yeah, so I'm really excited. I think it's going to be a super good time. I love that you found this movie. How did you even find it?
Well, we were emailed about it. That's how I got the trailer. So, excellent. And also possibly we'll be having some interviews, but we'll see. So I said we were interested. And so they sent the trailer, and so I downloaded it. But anyway, I went to the website that they included, and it had like a thing about theatrical release. And so I looked it up, and I was like, oh, cool. I wonder if it's playing. And, it wasn't playing AMC at all. And I was like, man, it sucks. So I thought, well, I'll look up and see where it is playing. Maybe it was playing. I actually thought maybe it'd be playing Brattle or Coolidge or something. And the only two in Massachusetts I saw, it was playing very odd at the theater at the Cape Cod Mall, which does not show weird stuff, and at Alamo Draft House, which does sometimes show out of the box stuff. Very cool. Yeah, I've been wanting to go to this new Alamo Draft House anyway. It's where the Regal used to be that we liked in Fenway.
So do they have two now? There's one near the
maybe it's a different one then.
And okay.
Maybe I should look.
Two.
Yes, you're right. It's Seaport.
Ah, that's cool because that's the one I want to go to.
Okay, cool.
Near the aquarium.
Yeah.
Did we go in the aquarium or we just saw seals? I think we just saw seals.
We just saw seal because we were there early in the morning before it was actually open.
That's right. We were waiting. I think we were waiting for your bus, and so we looked at seals.
All right, cool.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing I said something.
Yeah.
We would.
I didn't even realize there was one at the seaport. Yeah. Yeah, that's not very far from where I get off the bus. So.
That's also true.
Yeah. I'll have my luggage with me is the only problem. But
luggage.
Yeah. Anyway,
it'll be fine.
Yeah, I wanted to show they put out some new pictures of Air Fryer Massacre. Looks pretty crazy. Look at these effects.
What? Ew.
The man's face has been air fried.
Wow. Ew. Is he picking pieces of himself off?
I believe so. It's pretty. It's much more gruesome than I expected.
Dang. Wow.
And I remember when we had him on, he was saying he wasn't sure how to do the voice because, he was saying it because it thinks it's ridiculous, but some of the script was darker than what people think. So I don't know. It's very interesting. It could still be comedic with over the top gore. So.
Yeah, which is great. Like, there's a lot of if it's going to be horror comedy, then it's got to have over the top gore. It's just part of the package.
Yeah, but that's wild. Yeah, I'm very impressed.
Mm-hmm.
Good looking gore.
Mm-hmm.
You check that. I shared that on the group. If you guys are listening, wherever you're listening, you can check that out on facebook.com/group/withoutyourhead-horror and on Matt Hunter's page and on the Air Fryer Slaughter page.
What was the name of that festival that Jeremiah name dropped?
Cinequest.
Cinequest. I'm curious. I want to know more about Cinequest. We have a question in the chat.
Yeah, I was actually just pulling that up. AJ wants to know, have you guys seen Kids vs. Aliens? It's the full movie version of what we saw in VHS 2. I saw it on Hulu about a month ago. There were some differences between the two, but basically the same thing.
I don't know if I saw VHS 2, so I don't recall that, and I don't know whether that's a good sale or something that I should stay away from. I'm assuming because you brought it up, it's great. So, I'm curious. And it was on where was
Hulu.
It? Hulu.
I always forget about. I know Hulu has a lot of stuff too.
San Jose, California, March 7th through 17th. This is one of those long haul ones.
Oh wow!
It's got a real cool image here. I'll share it to you.
Oh yeah, Kids vs. Aliens. It's a Hulu exclusive. Looks fun.
How's it look? You got a picture there?
I'll grab one.
Let's check it out. Oh, this looks like a place of class. This Cinequest thing. It's not for us.
I say we're not welcome.
That's right.
We do not serve your kind here.
Yes. Festivals. Oh my goodness.
San Jose. I don't know if I've been to San Jose.
I don't think I have either.
If I did, it was just like going through it or something. You know what I mean?
Passing by.
Yes. So this is Kids vs. Aliens.
It's very colorful. Fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's weird because VHS is very grungy. So.
Yeah. That's really interesting. Kids vs. Aliens. Huh.
I'm interested.
Yeah.
Cinequest, yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool graphic.
Yeah, it's very pretty.
Yeah. They won't like us, Neil.
What? I do have a question why the butterfly needs a flying bicycle. But
because she likes the bicycle. It's got a basket.
No, it's true.
It's comfortable. it's probably a very comfortable ride. And then when she's on the ground, she's got to get around. Can't always fly everywhere. Just try. I'm trying, butterfly lady. Trying to make it make sense for you.
All right. I'm just questioning you, but yeah, I don't know. What do I know? Not very much, really.
Yeah. You're good at faking it.
That's true. That's a good. So we talked about Thorns the other week, and it looks like we're gonna Douglas Schultz, the director, will be coming on the show sometime soon. Oh, by the way, people, Naomi Grossman was going to be on tonight, and then she booked a gig tonight, and so people were nice. One of the guests next week swapped, and they're going to be on. Anyway, long story short, she had something going on tonight, but then she found out that it was over at noon, and she could have come on, but I'd already switched people, and I didn't really prepare anything, so she's going to come on next week as we had rescheduled. So
nice. And we had a long night last night. I was
still very tired. I was still very tired.
Yeah?
By the time I got home, it's like 2 a.m. or something.
Wow, I thought you were like the 24-hour.
Yeah, but
back awake.
I can be, but I don't know. It was so cold, and I ended up getting
Uber.
It was
an exciting evening with
it
a
was
lot
a
of
great
adrenaline.
time. It was well worth it. But so I was telling Naomi, that we went to last night.
Yeah.
I was just talking to her about Evil Dead the musical, and I told her about how we sat in the splatter section. She's like, "That's a great gimmick. I'm going to steal that for a show." And I was like, well, that sounds cool, but I don't know if I want to sit in the splatter section of American Horror Story. And and then we went back and she thought that was funny, and I said, you have to wear more than a poncho for that. And she was like, yeah, you have to wear a full body prophylactic, she said. But anyway, she thought it was funny, and looking forward to her coming on.
You're a very funny man, Neil Jones.
Yeah, but no, she's very funny. Huh?
You're a big deal.
Yes, I'll have that soon to pop up here.
Did you? Yeah, you haven't seen the spikes yet.
No, I have not. This is a lawn gnome.
Unrelated.
It's a Reagan lawn gnome, but it's not normally up here. But it's
So did you ever figure out? So Neil brought this umbrella one day, and it's got splatter all over it.
Yeah.
And it's from The Exorcist, and it's supposed to turn red or turn green to like mimic vomit and blood. So when it gets wet, it's supposed to change color, but it doesn't, does it?
No, I think it's just always green.
I think so too. Hey, thanks, Tyler.
Hey, Tyler, you guys are the best true horror gurus.
I am modestly appreciate that very much. I don't know. I don't feel guru-like. I just come here and just talk shit and act like a fool.
That's fun. People enjoy it. That's all that matters. But Evil Dead the musical, this was so much fun. It was a great surprise. You can watch some videos on YouTube right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's wonderful. The performers were great. The whole thing was great. Just a great time. And it's
a very condensed. It's not like they've got a lot of props. They had this cool HD. When I was reading about it before we got there, I was like, HD background? It just sounded not good to me. I was very scared. I saw people are gonna hate me. Trans-Siberian Orchestra is great, but they have a virtual background thing, and I think it is uber lame. It's lame. So I was very concerned, like, is this just going to be lame? And a little bit, but they run with it and they do it, and they use it for props. Like there's a door that actually opens, but they like move the room around and they move, and it's so clever. Like someone opens a curtain at one point and it's just this animated curtain. Oh my God, it was fantastic.
They break, they break the fourth wall sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah. the floor, like there's a, it's not a big stage. It's really, I don't know, maybe 12 by 12, maybe bigger than that. It was 20 by 20, let's say. Not big. And there was a grid that was also a screen with a protective like plexiglass or whatever. And when someone would like fall on the floor with blood would like appear under them and progressively like change depending on where they moved. It was so clever, so fun. A bucket of blood. I don't want to spoil it for you, but there was a bucket of there's blood, and it tastes kind of like cherry, but it's very salty. Very salty. Poor Neal, he hasn't swum in the ocean. I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, oh, it's like swimming in the ocean. It's salty and painful. And I'm like, oh, Neal has never felt.
Yeah, it went right in my eyes.
In your eyes.
It's
not.
Well, I've been in the ocean, but yeah.
Not in your eyes.
I mean, maybe that. But yeah, it was not good. But even when I was a kid. I put up about people, anything they want to talk about on the show tonight. And a friend of the show, Julie Hapney, who's effects artist. She's very cool. She said a few people outside the industry have been asking me how I feel about AI and how it's going to take over. Apparently, there have been an update that was released recently, and they can do a lot more now. It's like, wow, kind of way. Creators are going to be able to make anything happen without a crew. A guy in a computer working with AI can create and edit a completely original show with any location and put Brad Pitt in it there, literally. And it looks real.
I thought that was protected against.
Well,
but it's a contract. So like they had a union contract, but the contract eventually expires.
Yeah, I saw. I don't know enough about it to really go into detail, but I had seen friends of mine post about it, and the AI stuff they were basically saying was like a joke, like what sign.
As far as the protections,
yeah,
that sucks. My take on this is that it's going to be a real problem for big name anybody. That the people who are deceased, that's an issue. I think that like the indie horror world, I think we're too loyal. I think that indie filmmakers are already not making money on their movies, and they're just going to keep doing. They're going to keep making content for the community, and we sustain ourselves. We're like a bubble. We have our own protection. We have our own money. We're like our own little world that money goes in it. People make stuff, and it just is this, what do you call it? The thing in nature that self-sustains.
Ecosystem?
Yes. We're our own ecosystem. So I think that horror will be safe. Maybe not mainstream giant budget things, but I think we're going to want practical effects stuff. I don't think younger generations of horror fans feel any differently about that.
Yeah, it's weird though to think like if you put in the horror world, like, oh, let's make a new movie with a new Vincent Price movie, or Vincent Price in this movie with Boris Karloff.
I think people are going to reject that.
Yeah, it's weird. It's very strange. So we'll see. There's no turning back though. Like you're not going to just like we reject it completely. Like it'll be in some form.
Yeah.
But I mean, like anything, there are useful ways to use things, but the idea of just putting people in that don't want to be in and stuff, or not even if they don't want to be, they have no. A lot of those people, like anyone's passed away, would have had no like. John Wayne would have never had any like idea that this could happen at some point. So wasn't
he in a Pepsi commercial though?
That's what I'm saying, though. He's a guy that they're going to use and stuff.
Yeah.
So, but he himself, when he was alive, if he had any idea that someday they could, in the future, they're going to be able to just put him in things. And I'm sure some people, I don't know. It's weird because I'm sure there's a vanity, like I'm gone and my image will live on, but also then it's at the control of someone else. Like,
yeah.
Are they doing something I wouldn't want to be a part of?
I think it'll just become
I even
normal.
thought that in some of the stuff, like when they had Peter Cushing in the new Star Wars.
Oh
and
yeah,
stuff,
that
and I
was
was just
creepy.
like people like it's cool. I'm like, yes, but would he want this? Like,
Yeah.
no.
I feel like it should at least be if there is some kind of, whether it's a family or some kind of like the society of like whoever kind of has the rights to this person's legacy. I feel like that should be taken in. I think that's just seems right. If people sign away their rights and say, go ahead and use my face or whatever, and they someday become a big celebrity, I mean, shit like that happens all the time where people get eaten up by their choices in youth. Like, look at Hellraiser. He's like, oh yeah, I can make some money, and then boom, boom, that happens a lot, and it
Night of
sucks.
Living Dead, so many things.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So I think this is just going to be just another thing. Like AI, right? I mean, not AI, CGI. It's like, what's going to happen now? And CGI has obviously, it's infiltrated cinema. It's used everywhere all the time. It changed things, but there are still jobs for actual effects people. But it changes the landscape. And I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't agree with it, but I think people are going to adapt. I don't like it.
Yeah.
If I could turn back the clock, I'd put AI away. But I cannot. So what are you going to do?
Yeah, we had mentioned the Steamboat Willie horror movie a few weeks ago. I actually am in all right. Now some of these are going to be rotten movies. Obviously, I want all the movies to be good or entertaining. I don't care if they're necessarily good, but entertaining. But the idea of any of this stuff, I'm not against. I think I actually like these ideas of these kind of movies.
Would Walt Disney want that as part of his legacy, Neil?
Well, that one maybe he
he
created. A lot of these, like he had no create. I mean, they were.
You know what I mean?
That
Though?
one's a little different, but like Pinocchio and stuff. This is not stuff he created, anyways.
Yes, I agree with that. But he did make Steamboat Willie, or people made Steamboat Willie.
Right. That one is different. Because the other ones to me is the same thing. It's like Disney took all these stories and made their own thing, which is fine, and so why can't someone else do the same thing?
I think that's what's going to end up happening with AI stuff. It's just gonna be part of the background, and no one's gonna think about it. We might think about overlords of AI coming and destroying us and turning us into slaves. Like that could happen.
Probably will.
I'm more scared of that than movies.
Yeah. But along these lines, though, I saw this one. We got an email about this one. Goldilocks and the Three Bears: Death and Porridge is coming out, and I'm like, hell yeah! Now, it might be horrendous. Well, who knows? But we'll find out.
Could be. The chances are high it's not going to be an Oscar-winning.
Yeah. In 2 weeks, we're going to talk to the fine folks behind Vampire, which is a Bambi vampire film. So
I really like that title.
I like it too. So I'm excited about this. They were going to be on next week, but they were very cool and flipped till the week after for Naomi. And it also, their campaign is not up yet, so it worked out. And
it all came together.
Yeah. They're very cool. They contacted us about coming on to talk about it, and I was like, hey,
nice.
Yeah. Let's do it. I just saw the name and like the description, and it even said that they said we'll talk to him about it, but in part of the thing, it said it was sort of, they compared it to Roger Rabbit, because I believe it can be live action with an animated vampire. So I don't know. We'll find out.
I love that.
Mm-hmm.
I love that very much.
Mm-hmm. Diane Franklin's in it, so it's pretty wild. Someone who comes up on the show a lot, I'm a big fan of, Barbara Crampton, has been added to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre video game.
Really?
Yeah, so apparently
what is she doing?
They don't have the rights to any of the characters from any of the sequels.
Yeah.
So they can't add, like, I don't think they can add, maybe, I don't think Chop Chop's in it. I think it's just, it's Hitchhiker, the grandpa, Leatherface, and the cook.
Mm-hmm.
So they can't
Does
add.
Bill Moseley agree to this?
I don't think it's up to him. I don't. Other people own the rights to the other sequels, so they're not in these video games. So,
well, if he was, would he agree to it?
I bet he would be. I thought he'd probably be happy, but the which is unfortunate though. So they added Barbara Crampton, who's not actually in any Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie, but I guess she's gonna be a victim. She's gonna be like a victim you can play, or a hero you can play.
Yeah, they'll get sales for sure. Yeah, vampire deer is super cool. They got weird. I'll find a picture. They're really cool. They're like little deer with these crazy teeth. I don't think they're actually deer.
I didn't even know this. So this has some type of realism to it then.
Yes, vampire deer. It's really cool. It is a deer. Okay, it's a little tiny. This is a great picture of it because it's ew. Its little like tear duct gland is disgusting and giant, but it's a good picture. So, all right, okay.
Oh wow!
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm. Got a big.
Oh my god! If I've got to give you one with the giant, crazy teeth, you're gonna be blown away. Oh my god! It doesn't even look real. It's insane. All right, let me get this.
I wonder if this was the an inspiration for Vampire.
I don't know. Maybe. Look at that tear duct.
It looks like some kind of. Now this next one is nicer.
Oh, maybe it's just a growth. I don't know, but it's gross.
This next one looks like a saber tooth or something.
That's it.
My old dog Aldo had one long tooth.
You're gonna take that other one off. You're gonna make that go away. Thank you. Because I'm seeing none of them have that. That's just it. Okay. Look at that thing. Oh my god, this is
pretty cool.
Right? Like it's they're tusks.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a wild boar.
Yeah, a lot cooler than the movie Tusk.
That movie.
I know some people love it, but I don't know. I don't trust them.
Well, I mean, we went into that with loyalty to the original creation.
Yeah, then the follow up, I could not get past like about 8 minutes.
Oh, I didn't watch that shit.
Yoga
no, I forgot about Johnny Depp being in it. That was atrocious.
Killer Clowns from Outer Space, the video game, is coming out in June.
That has to be fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's clowns. Do you play clowns or do you fight clowns?
That's a good question. I don't, because the other video games, the Friday the 13th one and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, some people play the killers and some people play the heroes. So I don't know if it's gonna be the same way. Like when you log into it, you don't know who you're gonna play, then you're assigned either your hero or killer. So I don't know. That would be fun though, if you could play both.
Yeah, I think it's if they have the people to do the animation, etc. I think it's the best possible way to do it because there's always gonna be people that want to play one or the other and won't want to play one. I would play the villain.
Oh, well, and the other ones you don't choose. You don't choose like because I think that's the idea though. Because if everyone's playing online, everyone's gonna pick like, oh, I want to play Leather.
Oh, yeah, I think they did that with the Friday the 13th.
Yeah, you don't know. You get assigned.
Yeah.
Otherwise, everyone's like, I want to play Jason. I don't want to play,
Yeah.
I think you can pick like which hero you want to be. But you don't get to like choose if I'm always Jason or what. But that can be fun too, I think, especially when you're for a group of people. When Jeremiah was talking about, a lot of these movies have found audiences. Killer Clowns, it was like a cult movie, but it's really found this audience in the last few years. Like I see toys and shirts and masks.
Oh yeah, Halloween. It's all over the place in
Yeah, it's crazy.
whatever the fuck it's
The
called.
the Halloween store.
Yeah,
And,
that one.
when I had the three brothers on the show, they talked about that. Like, this is the first time they've actually made money off the movie. So pretty cool for them.
Very.
They wanted to make a
Hopefully they got to
sequel
keep
ever
the
since the
rights.
first one came out.
Really?
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense. Why not?
Yeah. They've done a lot of other things which I didn't really know, but they were really cool. And one of them wished me a happy birthday the other day. So that was
Oh,
exciting.
nice.
Yeah.
Awesome.
But no, they're cool. Maybe we'll try to get them back on at some point.
Cool.
Especially if they ever do get a sequel going.
What are you saying? They're not good enough if they don't?
What? Yeah, I actually saw Boar, which could, in my opinion, you could spell Boar a different way. But no. So I saw Boar at London Fright Fest.
Nice.
Not this last time, but years before when I went with Jason. And I can't say I thought it was very good.
I do not know.
Mm-hmm. Bill Moseley is in it, though. I like Bill Moseley.
Oh, Bill Moseley's a good man.
Yeah, and Nathan Jones, WWE wrestler.
James.
He's famous for a very bizarre story about him.
What's his bizarre story?
So he was in prison in Australia before becoming a wrestler. And the legend is that he used so much, I don't know if it's growth hormone or something
like
that. His
some body altering,
that his breasts lactated, which is very bizarre. But yeah.
Dear Lord, I wonder how he felt about that.
I don't know, but that's
maybe he loved it.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
Never have to get milk at the store ever again. He'd just be over his coffee like.
He's a very big guy. It's very tall. Did not do very well in WWE, but he's in movies all the time, so good for him.
What if he started lactating while wrestling?
That could have been his gimmick.
Like,
yeah,
slippery. Oh my god!
He'll probably get over.
Horrifying. Horrifying.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm not a big fan. But I'll be honest, though, I do kind of think the one we saw at the festival might not have been finished because I remember the effects were very. Some scenes were good. Some it was literally like a guy holding a boar head, like just shooting it at the screen, which it didn't like have any movement or something. I almost felt at the time like it wasn't finished. So maybe I should watch it now. Maybe they didn't have the completely finished film. What did you think of it, AJ? Did you like it? AJ Rita on Texas Chainsaw Massacre, they added a new character to the family that is their sister. Yeah, they have some characters that aren't from the movie. What are these things?
What do you think?
From the Thing?
They're toys. Toys from the Thing.
These are creepy as hell.
It's pretty fucking awesome, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I have a friend who's an amazing artist. He goes by Jonathan Grimm. He's amazing. And he posted some pictures of these. And I was like, holy shit. I am not a collector of toys, but this is nuts. It's fucking insane.
Whoop.
I think there might be one more that I didn't even get. Look at that thing. It's a fucking figure.
Oh,
look at that. It's crazy. And it's got a real head too. There's a real head in there, right? I don't think, maybe I didn't send you a picture when it's got its actual real head. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know how they can do this. Oh, I almost posted in the wrong place. I don't know. This is incredible. Where am I here? All right. So apparently it goes through the phases of the dog losing its face. Oh my goodness.
Damn.
Yeah. Now you're going to see. So there's a before too. It's not even just when it's the monster. It's also when it's just the dog.
It's like a transformer.
Seriously.
Transformer.
Amazing.
Doggy in disguise.
So the company that makes it,
Damn,
I have no idea about figures. It's NECA.
NECA,
NECA.
yeah, that's who makes the guys I have around here. The Frankenstein stuff, yeah.
Well, y'all, they're very hard to find, but you can find them. And it's pretty sick. John was saying that the leg tentacle things are very much a pain in the ass to put together. Those are pretty sweet. But oh my goodness, this is stunning. Hang on. This one's great. It shows such fine detail. I'm just blown away. It's like it's got things on it that I didn't know were there from the movie. It's
this NECA here.
Wow. So I've learned. Then I started, he was telling me about all the cool NECA figures. I'm like, I can't know this. I don't collect figures, and I sure as hell can't start.
Yeah, my
right,
mom,
AJ? It's freaking incredible.
My mom got me a new NECA for my birthday. She got me the Bride of Frankenstein.
Nice.
So this Frankenstein actually was Trista. Trista got me that one.
Oh, sweet.
That's what me started again. And then I got the Mummy over here, and Wolfman. And I should have Ash from Evil Dead. But yeah, those are cool. I'm a big fan of NECA.
Yeah. So World, check it out. I'd not seen it before because I'm not up on the collectible anythings. I guess it came out a couple years ago. There were some articles about it. And might be having one. I might have to be having that because it's awesome. And I'm not a collectible person, but it really is like my favorite horror movie. When they say what's your favorite horror movie, I've come to the time of life where I will say The Thing is my favorite horror movie.
It's hard to beat. The game's great too, the board game.
That game was awesome. And it's even better when you play the Thing theme in the background, in my opinion.
It is pretty
wild. It elevates the horror. What's going on out there, Neil? What's happening?
Let's see. We do have some more trailers here if you want to see some here.
Pop one on. Let's not go overboard.
Well, we have we're going to be getting some folks on. We've had folks on. We're going to be getting some more folks on from Satanic Hispanics. It's coming to Shudder. This is a great anthology film. I'm a big fan of anthologies. This one is really fun.
Is this one people from Mexico or from like
all Latin descent? But
yeah. Excellent.
So we'll I can show the trailer, but actually probably people have seen the trailer for
just show the trailer.
Here we go.
Probably a lot of people haven't. Not everybody's out in the world watching stuff as much.
Everybody down! El Paso police!
Hey, why don't you fill me in?
27 dead bodies, all shot in the head. And only one survivor.
I bet he's got one hell of a story to tell.
There are portals back and forth from one realm to the other. Problem is sometimes the portals don't close once they're open. If I don't leave here within the next 90 minutes, we are all going to be dead.
Siento el palpitar de tu sangre en mis ojos.
Detectives, you have no idea what is coming.
There we go.
I turned my camera for a minute because I was just eating popcorn. I got
No.
kernel in my teeth. So
All
I
right.
flossed that out, but I will still be here.
All
Excuse me.
right, fair enough. But yeah, Satanic Hispanics really fun. So it's got the wraparound by Mike Mendez, which is the character you saw there that's in the police station, and then he's telling stories, and the other four short stories are the ones he's talking about, and they keep going back to the wraparound, and it's great.
Actor? Who's the actor?
He's from Napoleon Dynamite.
Oh, I knew I recognized him. Cool.
And so there's a couple that are comedic and a couple that are, pretty much straight horror. It's good stuff.
Very cool.
And there's a witch, Bruja, that they showed in the thing. That's by Geechee
cool.
Salguero. So that would fit into the Winter Witches.
Love Geechee.
Only one director in the out of the 5 has never been on the show. So that would be fun.
Really?
Alejandro. Oh. And he made my I hate to say my favorite because they're all really good, but he made the most entertaining one, I think, of the
I think that's even worse to say it's the most entertaining.
Well, it's almost like a Latino version of the Evil Dead. It's crazy, but all of them are good.
Dave is very unhappy with you right now for being such a meanie head.
What? Damn you, Jones! Let her out of the Orb prison. This is just like Superman 2, the last good film ever about Superman. Superman 2. Back in whatever was that, like the early 80s, and they've all sucked ever since. The last good Superman. They need to throw people back in orbs.
He's calling you a wizard.
This is what I do. This always freaks Intro out on In Your Head when I do this thing.
Well, I mean, maybe he's got a vast history with people's grabby hands.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, it's my mind powers. It's coming out of my head.
A grabby hand. It's a grabby hand. Pow! I bust out of the prison.
It's my New Day riding a unicorn figure. Pretty rocking.
New Day.
I got him here with my Pepe Petite.
Very sweet. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. You never know what'll pop up. Maybe a mushroom.
I have things. I have some.
I have things.
I have this, actually. This is one of the figures. I might have already shown it. This figure is fucking kick-ass. It was a gift one year.
And a bag of pins from Mr. Deadman. Oh, nice.
It's Panther. And he does have battle armor, but I just like him like this. I wish he could. Here, can you see his like amazing? You can't see. He's got these super amazingly yellow eyes.
Oh no, I can't.
He just looks dopey in the camera. He's a badass, and he's coming to get you.
Wow.
His mouth open super. Look at that.
Damn.
He's super posable. He like do dances.
Damn, he's gonna be fighting the Thing.
Yes.
He'll protect you from the Thing.
It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be epic. Maybe we can do. Well, we probably can't do it because of licensing, like stop motion of that.
No, yeah. Well,
be a
I guess
big
if you don't sell it, you can do it.
That would be a long time. We'll be the next Bobby. Yeah.
Bobby, yeah. That's how I say it.
Bobby, yeah.
Bobby, yeah. So, speaking of Bobby, yeah, but it's cool that so many people went on and we're offered so many people, but it is going to be hard to get everyone together.
Yeah.
But we'll figure it out. That's what I always say.
Yeah. Well, you're gonna have to start. I don't know.
Well, we were gonna double up tonight, but but anyway, we'll figure it out. It'll be good times. Lots of fun people coming on.
You're gonna have a wait list.
Yeah, that'd be all right. It's fun though. I'm glad that people. It's better than no one wanting to come on the show.
Yes, that would be sad.
Yeah.
But those things happen.
Yeah, I'll play.
I'm happy they're going to be here.
What?
It's exciting. It's very exciting. I'm very happy for the show. Oh, did you have your Good Pods news? Did we already share that about Good Pods?
Oh yeah, and I talked to them. They replied. So Good Pods, they posted us.
What is Good Pods, Neil Jones?
Good Pods is a platform where you can get the audio podcast of Without Your Head. That is our preferred. So if you want the video version, get it here on YouTube or on Spotify. If you want the audio version, we're on other platforms, but we prefer, if you want the audio version to listen to, go to Good Pods.
Yeah.
So we were number 3 in the movie interviews category. And they actually picked us as one of the top choices, like the
recommended.
Which was very cool.
Yeah, it was awesome. I went to the page and there we were next to some like very normal thing. It was like I don't know. It was really cool. I'm very proud.
I
find it hard to believe because I'm just here being a fool, goofing around, but I guess they're not watching the after show. They're watching
Maybe they are. I don't know. Who knows?
Maybe.
Who knows? Yeah.
Wonder what they saw last week.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe they loved it. I don't know. Maybe. But yeah, it was the Rebecca Kennedy interview. And it was I sent it to Rebecca and she thought it was funny. It was just like because the thumbnail is like a picture of her looking crazy and 2 witches. So.
It's awesome.
Yeah. So I replied, I've been talking to them a little bit. And they like the show and we're gonna plug them. It's a mutual benefit. We'll plug Good Pods, they'll talk about us, and it's good stuff. And that wasn't how it came up, they just were doing it. So
yeah,
it wasn't like, hey, go talk about us.
Have an exchange.
Yeah.
It's pretty sweet. Cool. And if they sucked, we would not do that.
Right.
We can't be bought.
Exactly.
We will not sell out.
Right.
But we will be a part of the system if that system.
Yeah, and that's not just words, because someone actually literally wanted to buy the show.
I was not having that.
No, I wasn't either.
Oh, no, it was not.
Yeah.
I know. It's just stunning that anyone would think that could happen.
Yeah.
It makes me feel insulted on your behalf.
Yeah, and it was just, I don't know. Who cares? It's not happening, but it honestly made me sad just even thinking about it. It's like someone else would own all the stuff, and I'd have no control where it would be or how people.
Or if it even existed.
Yeah, they could just buy it and cherry pick like with the stuff they won, and then the rest of it, just.
Or maybe they're horrible, and I'm not saying this, but like that's a reality. But they could just scrub Without Your Head from the planet.
Yeah, I have no idea what the idea was. My opinion was they probably wanted it for an upcoming streaming platform just to be used as quote unquote content, which is what things are looked at nowadays, content. And if that happened, I assumed it really would be cherry picked. Probably like the post shows would be nothing, but it would probably be like there's huge interviews with people that are no longer here, which you can't go back and do. So, that kind of stuff. And then lots of interviews with independent creators who, went on to either be big, like Well, the woman who makes a new season of what's the name? The True Detective. You know, she was on
Oh,
before. She,
yeah.
or just some, people who make stuff that's on Shudder and stuff now, like Geechee Salguero, and so I assume like that stuff would be picked out, and other stuff would just be cut
I'm gonna
away. I don't know.
ask you a question in the chat.
All right.
In the what's easier, Facebook chat or here chat? Here
Oh,
chat,
either
probably.
way is fine.
Whoa! I just hang on.
Well, I'm going to show a quick video while you're doing that. It's only a minute
we
long.
can do that because then we
This
can.
is from our friends from Arrow, and this is what's coming up in March.
Cool.
On Arrow.
Are you real?
Of course I'm real.
If those gates are left open, it may be the end of humanity.
I've done them too. Terrible things.
I remember saying you can't be as frightened as I am now and still be alive.
He seeks constantly one thing, and that is to shock the audience.
Horrendously awful things are happening.
The sweetness of life, my darling, is terribly perishable.
Some pretty wild stuff there.
Arrow's got some really good, cool things. It's kind of like going to a film festival. It's like, what the hell is this? And it's good stuff. It's really quality.
Yeah. I just sold, oddly enough, my it was very big City of the Walking Dead shirt I just sold on eBay. Like a 4X one. So yeah.
How much did you sell it for, Neil?
It wasn't that crazy, like $25, but it was cool. Someone got it. It's from Rotten Cotton, which does not exist anymore. So these are actually kind of rare to get. Yeah.
Damn, I remember Rotten Cotton was the best. That's gone? How long ago did that happen?
During the pandemic.
That's tragic. They won't make a comeback?
No, I don't believe so. I think it's gone.
Wow. That's very sad.
Yeah.
Years. I remember looking back at their shirts like when the internet was new. Basically, they were around for a long time.
Yeah, ever since I got online, I remember Rotten Cotton. I got online in 2000. So I don't know if it was back. It was around though forever. Yeah.
Yeah.
For people who don't, pre-internet, it was hard to get horror movie T-shirts. Like you'd have to send away for them, like in a monster magazine or something. And they were very expensive. And
oh, Dave. Yeah. I think did they make the shirt that said "Charlie Don't Surf" with Manson's face?
They may have, yeah.
I think maybe they came up with that.
They had a whole section of Manson shirts on their website. I remember
they had like a serial killer section.
Yeah,
which is such a weird phenomenon. It really is. I'm very fascinated. Of course, I am fascinated by crazy people and evil people. Some of them are. They've all got their stories, but it's very bizarre when people are like really excited about
people have tattoos. Yeah, so I actually I'll be honest, I have some of those shirts too, but they're not, you can't. So I had some Rotten Cotton shirts taken off eBay. Some of them to me is very questionable why they'd be. So I had all the Serbian film shirts taken down, and people, Serbian film is very, very, I understand the movie's very graphic, but the shirts were not. It just said like Serbian film. The one said like, none of them were graphic. The ones I put up there. And
they were promoting.
Right. So they're taking out. But as far as serial killer stuff, this was not a Rotten Cotton shirt, but I have Free the West Memphis 3 shirt that I bought to help them when they were still in prison.
Yeah.
And so it's a 4X it's way too big for me now, which is good. But so I put on eBay, and that was taken down, saying that it was promoting real life like murder or something, which
wow,
it was, which is very strange because they're out of prison. And even the shirt itself, to me, it wasn't like the shirt's not like these. It's the shirt's about them being innocent.
Yeah.
So that's and there was no way to fight it. There's no way to like challenge it. So that's a very bizarre
on the dark
thing.
web.
If anyone would like that shirt, message me. I have no idea what it's worth, or if it's worth anything. I don't know. But
is it tattered?
It's vintage. It was worn. I wore it a lot, but I mean, it's
has it got like a hole in the belly button?
I'll be honest. No, it does not. It has no holes or rips. But some people, a lot of those vintage shirts, it doesn't matter. But no, it's in good shape.
Does it smell like cigarettes?
No. I'm sure I have a picture of it somewhere, but it's probably when I was wearing it. It's a cool shirt.
Neal, your beard looks very trim and nice.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I was noticing it. What do you folks think about Neal's trim beard?
I had a couple people were, which is fine if you don't like it or whatever, but were very rude, saying I looked like I was like in my 60s because I stopped dyeing it. Like, not even joke around, like just like really bitchy, but I will say the vast majority, this is like 2 or 3 people, the vast majority prefer it.
Who said that?
A few people on my Facebook. One of my
lamest Facebook people.
Huh? Yeah. One of my just unfriended because he was super rude. I was like, fuck this. I don't need this on my own page.
Did I hear about this person?
I mean, you've heard about him before.
But
Mighty Lexar people will know who listen to Indie Red.
Finally.
But
dude, the time has come.
The vast majority of people told me they prefer it natural. They think it looks better. Especially the female admirers. But here is the Free the West
natural. That's a sweet picture. You have Fago. What?
Yeah, that's why I took the picture, because it was the first time I had Fago.
Juggalo Neal. You're so youthful. Look at that.
I know.
Look at that youthful man.
That's probably that was before I met you, so it's probably
not long before you met me, because you weren't wearing caps like that, were you?
Oh, I guess I'm not that. I know it's not as old as I thought. 2013. Oh no, 2011. Yeah. 2011. So it was probably might have been right around when I started talking to you, but before I met you in person, I think. But
Pepe and Dave are all about your handsomeness.
Well, thank you.
Oh my God. Juggalo weekend, San Antonio, Texas today and tomorrow. Good for people who love that. And there are some ICP songs. I had friends in my youth who loved ICP. And so there are some songs that I think are fine. I mean, I guess they're not fine. They're all terrible. But there's some talent and they're fun. But no, I can't. The Juggalo scene is not for me. I remember tattooing the outline, the ICP.
Yeah, the Hatchet Man.
Yeah. In a shop. I was not like a garage pen. No, there's no guitar wire involved in the tattoo machine.
Right.
Dave's picking on Lecter, and I love it.
I don't know if you know. Well, we'll post. Here we go. Look at this. Someone may be a secret juggalo. Who knows? I don't know. But
oh my Lord, have you ever heard ICP?
Yes, I've interviewed ICP. Yeah.
You listen to their music?
Yeah, I was actually gonna be I was gonna be on a Juggalo Championship Wrestling show, and it got canceled. It was gonna be in Worcester, and they, Violent J, wanted me to be there as Uncle Slam
Not Shaggy Two Dope.
No, Violent J, the bigger
Yeah.
dude who looks like the guy from Diners, Drive-ins,
Yes.
and Dive. And he
Yep.
wanted me. I was gonna be at Juggalo Championship Wrestling in Worcester as a manager, as Uncle
God.
Slam, Jackie Jones, when I used to wear my top hat and stuff.
Oh my God.
And then the show get canceled, unfortunately.
Oh, that's very sad. That would have been cool. Your life could have gone in a very different direction.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. What was
I have
this
a picture.
Did
What?
Troy make that? What was this
Yeah,
picture?
yeah.
Come back to that.
I thought it's CM Punk, who I was always a fan of, but he's always been straight edge, and I thought it was funny to take a picture with
face.
What?
Look at your baby face. My God. How old were you there?
Probably in my 20s, honestly. I don't know. Late 20s, maybe. Early 30s. I started doing In Your Head in my late 20s.
Pepe Great Milenko is my favorite album of the ones that were out at the time that I was listening to.
Here's a very bare. This is me as Uncle Slam.
Oh my fucking God, Neil.
I did I did some live internet commentary for a wrestling show.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, here it is. It was going to be Juggalo Championship Wrestling for the ICP at their Worcester show at the DCU Center. New Year's 2010 as Uncle Slam, Jackie Jones, but the show got canceled.
Wow. Pepe, I saw them in concert as well, way back, and it was a grimy place on the seacoast of Upper Massachusetts called I don't remember what it was, but it was real dank and dusty and gross. And the people who opened for them was before they were anybody. It was Limp Bizkit. They were nobody.
Did it all for the monkey.
And they were booed people threw things, not chairs, but they were not well received. Not at all by that audience. That was one of the crazy. It wasn't like the pit was not as. It was like people were doing normal pit, like, but it was like hot. I was like, I thought, and I was too young. Well, I was very good, and I didn't drink. I was too young. So there I am in the mass of like giants, and it's so hot, and you're squeezed in, and I thought I was gonna like pass out and fall on the floor and get stomped. And then there was a little kid up at the front, like a little kid. And so I'm up there very close in the little pet area. And there's like all these big dudes are like, dude, you can't be here. They're very concerned for him. But kids could be in there. Like, this is not an all ages show, folks. Oh my God. Them's were the days. Now looking back, I'm looking back at it fondly. My friends were listening to that all the time. Oh, I got to get I wonder if I got a picture of my friend Corey, because he loved evil clowns, loved them. And for Halloween, I would always do his makeup as an evil clown. And it's great. Yeah, my friends were really silly, lovely people. It was good times. It really was, Pepe. I think back to those days fondly.
I'm gonna.
It was a good memory. I'm glad this came up.
Yeah. I still have that hat. For our 4th of July show, I'm going to dress as Uncle Slam, Jackie Jones here.
Uncle Slam.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So at that show that I was doing the commentary, John Cena.
Yes.
John Cena Sr., who's
yes.
John Cena's dad, who was a manager as Johnny Fabulous. And he was managing the Canadian Pit Bulls. And so I stood up and got the crowd to chant USA. You doing the USA chant against the Canadian Pit Bulls and Johnny Fabulous.
Wow. And they were like, "This is the man. This is the hype man for us."
Exactly. That was the last show that wrestling did that I did the commentary for. So I killed the promotion.
So maybe not the hype man that they needed.
Yeah.
Oh God. Wait, this is wrong. This is wrong. I'm looking at it wrong. Kids, that's what I need. Yes, this is it. Awesome. Cool. All right. Yes. Let me see if I can. I was taking pictures of this guy all fucking night. He was fucking perfect. Corey, what a good man. Let's see. Maybe I can copy and paste it. Sweet. This is awesome. Everybody was actually an evil clown that year. I did everybody's makeup. And actually, I'm an evil clown. Cool. All right.
Puppies. Salute, where are you? She does a lot of clown makeup. You like this?
Well, we've also got Jamie, who is like a legit clown. Jamie Hill. You get this sweet picture?
That's pretty rocking.
I know. Look at that. Yes. We passed out candy. Well, I passed out candy that year. I had a bucket. Here, I'll show you. These people don't know I'm posting pictures of them. Corey is certainly unrecognizable. But this is a picture with me in it. I don't think this guy will mind. He stole my top hat. He still has it, I think, if he threw it out. It's a quality top hat.
It's pretty nice. Top hat.
Yeah. I won't name his name because he's less disguised. But from my youth, there I am, being an evil clown with my bucket.
That's pretty great. That's a great photo. Yeah.
Yeah. That was my boyfriend. Oh man, these are great pictures. Ah, ye olden days, long ago. Long ago. So.
Yeah. Pepe likes them. Dave likes them. Yeah. I like them.
Yeah.
I don't remember the Fago being very good. By the way.
I don't like the 90s, to be honest, Dave. But then I remember my youth with those people. It was such a great core group of friends. We just drive. Some people smoked cigarettes. Some people would smoke marijuana in the summer when it was because it was a tourist place. And yeah, we would just drive around for hours listening to music. It was before they had there's no Google Maps, there's none of that. So we just drive around and listen to tapes.
I was going to for some reason I had the urge to buy a cigar for my birthday. And then I saw him again last night, and I almost bought one, but then I didn't.
Maybe this weekend we'll have a cigar.
All right. And I didn't.
You bring a pack of cigarettes. You want some cigarettes?
No, I don't. I don't like cigarettes at all.
No, but they're good. The American Spirit.
I don't know. A cigar. I don't know. I don't even really like them, but I don't know. For some reason, I wanted to smoke a cigar for my birthday. But, and I noticed that they list now all the different things. It's almost like the coffees, where it's like full-bodied, mellow. And I was like, since I'm not a big smoker, I probably should go with mellow. Coffee, I'd go dark roast, full-bodied, but
yeah.
But I'm a heavy. There was a little while I stopped drinking coffee, but I drink it probably more than ever.
My first coffee in a long time was last night. I can't believe that was last night. Seems long ago now.
It does.
I'm pretty solid on no coffee. It's not a bad thing.
No, I need some. I need one. I need.
You need a vice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's better than smoking cigarettes for sure.
That gambling. guess. I actually don't gamble that much, but
you were so addicted, you went for a half an hour last night.
No, this is what happened. So I got off the bus. I started walking towards Chinatown. I crossed the street, and here was the shuttle that goes to the casinos. Like, I think this is a sign. I'm gonna hop on here, and I did, and went over, and it took a little while to get over there. Usually it takes about 15 minutes or 12 at night. If you go in the middle of the night, it takes about 10 minutes because there's not a soul out. But, yeah, but I really did think, like, oh shit, maybe I shouldn't have done this because it took about a half hour to get there.
I can't believe how good the traffic was, to be honest.
On the way back, it wasn't bad at all. On the way up, it took a long time.
Dave's got a little
Frankenstein
insider tip over here.
I won $30 on Frankenstein.
Sweet, that's perfect.
Penny
makes sense. And you got free $10 or something, right?
Yeah, $10 for my birthday slot play, and I cashed out $30. So what the hell?
Yeah.
And I got a free milk tea. The guy remembered me. I don't know how people remember me, especially in a casino where there's like 8 bazillion people.
I mean, you have charisma, dude. You know, maybe he knows you because he watches the shows.
Maybe it could be. Dave Deadman just saying. Oh, by the way, Andrew, if you are out there
above that.
Oh, I've heard good things about crack.
Crack is whack.
Crack is whack.
I think maybe that's what we smelled yesterday in the bathroom.
Maybe, yeah, it was not a good smell.
At the coffee shop, it was not a smell of poo or urine or cigarettes. It was like this. I should not be smelling this.
Yeah,
it was not good.
Andrew, I do it. Andrew, if you're watching, hello. He's my favorite worker at the coffee shop, and I gave him a flyer for Without Your Head, and he's gonna start watching the show. So
from where?
He's out there from my coffee shop that I stop at on my walk. He's a very nice kid. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So Andrew, if you're watching, he's a nice kid.
Andrew.
Yeah.
Oh, you told me about young man Andrew.
Yeah, he's cool.
New man on campus, Andrew. Now he can see you're not homeless.
Right. No, he doesn't give me any freebies though, Andrew.
Wow.
But that's all right.
Because he knows you're not homeless.
He does make me a fresh dark brew though.
That's very kind.
Yeah. He doesn't just give me old coffee like some of the people working there.
Well, they were these people at Dunkin' Donuts were handing Neal free stuff like constantly. And it's like, dude, you walk around town for hours at a time. There's no one in your community that walks at all.
There's
no place to go.
There's one other guy, but I think he is. But yeah, so
no shame in homelessness. That is not funny.
So there's another guy. I don't know his name. But anyway, he's a nice guy. He owns a convenience store that I stop at, one of my regular stops when I'm walking. And he used to always give me a free coffee and a free $1 scratch ticket.
Oh.
Very nice guy. And
wait, this was the Indian guy?
Yeah. And so first time I shaved my head, he's like, Hollywood. He's Hollywood. You want a Hollywood haircut? And he'd always ask me, where's all your Hollywood girlfriends? And but now, so for years he asked me about, when can I see a movie, buddy? And now I went in there the other day and I was like, oh, the movie's supposed to be cut. And he went, oh, I think he just thinks I just made it all up at this point.
This crazy dude.
During the pandemic, here's a quick little story. No one knows them unless you're in the area, I guess. But so during the pandemic, I'm pretty certain he thought the world was coming to an end because this was when the pandemic started and all of us didn't really know what was happening.
Yeah.
And I would go in there and and this is a little convenience store, openly smoking weed, just sitting in the back. Sometimes he'd be sleeping. And I just like, man, he just gave up. He just like, the world's ending. Might as well just enjoy
living life.
Yeah.
Living life like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah. He doesn't do it anymore. But no, he's a nice guy, though.
Oh my goodness. AJ.
My plan is though, when I get I'm gonna actually give him one. I'm gonna give him a Blu-ray.
That's really nice. AJ is letting us know that if it smelled like burning plastic, it was meth. It might have been.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, it wasn't like definite burning plastic because I've smelled burning plastic, but
right.
It smelled.
It was a very peculiar
it was a new
smell.
And I've got a powerful nose.
Mm-hmm.
It was a new smell to me.
I'm gonna not anyone. Anyway, kudos to the South Station. It was very cleaned up from just like
really,
yeah.
Wow.
Now, and I was no longer annoyed. They came around asking me for my bus ticket. I used to be very annoyed by this, but I was actually kind of happy this time. And
it's necessary.
Yeah, and I have no problem people coming out of the cold and sitting in the bus station, but not like openly, doing things.
It's that area is, we won't get into it. It's
right.
very dark stuff going on in that particular area, and there's all kinds of politics and shit involved, and it's there's some pretty bad stuff going on for people in that area. It's not good. So I don't want to see it, but it's happening, and yeah. But to get back on track with something that's not as dark, because the world is dark enough.
That was interesting, Jeremiah, when he's talking about, people like horror movies for different reasons. And then a thing about like watching it, you can get scared. So there's like certain like emotions that, negative emotions, either like you're disturbed, you're scared, whatever. But then they end and you know that things are okay. And I thought that was an interesting take on why someone would like a horror movie while you're watching it, maybe having a negative reaction, but then it's over and it's like waking up from a nightmare, I guess.
Yes. I don't feel that way. I'm still scared because I get scared of supernatural paranormal things that I'm like, maybe that's real. But I don't get scared of shit. Please, no one prove me wrong. I'm not scared of home invasion movies. I find them super annoying.
I'm not a big fan of them either, honestly. I'm sure there's exceptions, but
probably. Is The Thing a home invasion movie?
I would say no, but I guess you could argue. Like, that's like
have I begun?
Yeah. I guess anything could be a home invasion movie if you want to, Creature from the Black Lagoon is a reverse home invasion movie. They're invading the creature's home. So, I'm always kind of the reverse of this, where I don't get scared, and this is not, I'm not trying to be the tough dude or anything, but I watched him since a little kid, and like, honestly, like besides a couple when I was a kid that I always mentioned, like, I don't get scared from. So, but, so that doesn't really weigh on me if I like a movie or not. Like if it's, I mean, jump scare is not like I don't consider that as like, if you're, that's more like you're startled.
Yeah, that's just a reaction.
Not like, yeah. And I'm not against them. I know that's like become a negative thing, but
yeah, when they're overused, I think that's really,
that's all your movie is, right?
Yeah,
I think some people take that as like not to have him at all, but that doesn't really make any sense.
Like 5 people.
Well, that is a thing. I even mentioned this on In Your Head a lot is because there's more people who argue this kind of stuff like, oh, all these people are against whatever. And it's like, well, what is it? It's like some random guy on Twitter. Like, what does that even mean?
Every time you say so many people, that's how I feel about it.
Well, sometimes there is. But a lot of times, I mean, I'm guilty of this. I'll admit it. But people will say like, what was the song? Baby, It's Cold Outside. And they're like, there's this giant movement to get it canceled. But it was one radio station in the whole country that's stuff.
I remember hearing about it though.
Yeah, but I'm just saying though, because they do take that though, and it'll be on all these, it'll be like through the news cycle. But if you actually look into it, it's like it was one thing. It wasn't actually banned anywhere.
No.
And how many radio stations play every song that's ever been created? Like you couldn't do it.
They took a stand.
I mean, I thought it was more of a funny, like, because if you do listen to the lyrics, it is like, wow, this is a pretty,
bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But but there's lots of examples like this. People say everyone wants some movie band or whatever, and it's like a couple people on Twitter or something.
Exactly.
And I'm sure that's always been that way, but they didn't have it's good and bad that people can have a platform who aren't like a big celebrity, that you could have a platform. But it's also, if one random dude's on a platform saying something, before he could have been saying it, in his house and no one knew about it. So.
Indeed, sir, indeed. There are many pluses and minuses to the whole thing. Oh my goodness.
The internet. Boy, the internet.
Yeah, because he was like
very negative,
trying to get her drunk to take advantage of her and keep her in the house.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, I need to leave, and he's like, no, you don't. But I do need to leave. No, you don't.
Mm-hmm.
Come with me. Do you you watched enough Saturday Night Live to remember?
I barely ever watched it. I'm not a fan of Saturday Night Live.
Continental is a Christopher Walken sketch, and is terrible. He has this stupid little mustache and this smoking jacket, and he's in you could tell he's in like a penthouse apartment, and it's from first person perspective. And so he opens the door, and you have to see it. The people that have seen it know what I'm talking about. It's not one of those things you can retell. I can't.
Yeah.
I'm not
this isn't a show for but I'm not a fan of Saturday Night Live.
Are you a fan of Christopher Walken?
Yeah. Yeah. Right. I mean, I'm a fan of a lot of people that's been on Saturday Night Live, but I think there's some like sketches that are good, but overall, I don't think the show is ever very good as a whole.
Hasn't it been like a problem for a long time, like it not being good? Isn't that?
Yeah, I don't think it's ever been good. The whole
just
show, to be
on
honest.
the air.
Phil
Hartman.
No, there's good people. I'm not saying there's not good people on the show, but the whole show is to me. No, it's never.
That era was.
Mr. Show is my favorite sketch.
You can like more than one thing. Is that out in the 90s?
Possible. Yeah, it was 90s.
Mm-hmm.
And they made new ones, so it might have been early 2000s. Actually.
Mm-hmm.
It's the best. Mm-hmm. It's also granted much fewer episodes. So.
Mm-hmm. Indeed, that is very true.
All this
very
bullshit
true.
Out from years.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Shout out to creepy Craig Lindbergh, who does makeup on Saturday Night Live, and there was 1 year when we did calendars 2 years in a row. Unfortunately, I kind of stopped doing them, but there was pictures of the Without Your Head calendar backstage of Saturday Night Live, which is pretty cool.
That's pretty sweet. Cool. It's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, it was 2 cool years. We did B-movie monsters 1 year, and then we did I don't know what I called them, but they're basically old D&D monsters, but I called them.
Oh, yeah. Troy was doing those, right?
Yeah. They're pretty great. The D&D's fun.
It is.
Why doesn't someone take some D&D monsters and make horror movies?
Dude, this is news. This is really good, awesome news. You're going to love this. Legendary horror publisher EC Comics is back from the dead.
Sweet.
Oni Press is bringing back the comic book company behind Tales from the Crypt this summer. 80 years after, well, who wrote this? Ryan Scott. 80 years after its inception, nearly 70 years after it was killed, EC Comics is coming back from the dead. The legendary horror publisher behind titles such as Tales from the Crypt and Vault of Horror, which actually was my preference, has been revived thanks to the folks at Oni Press. Thanks to a new partnership, the first new EC comic titles will be arriving on shelves this summer in time for the first time since 1956. Holy shit. I remember collecting the reprints every
Yeah.
single month in Brooks, the drugstore of the day. The initiative will kick off with Epitaphs from the Abyss, #1 in July, Cruel Universe #1 set to follow in August. These will mark the first new EC comic titles in nearly 7 decades. The publishing program will be overseen by Oni Press president and publisher Hunter Goranson and editor-in-chief Sierra Hahn, alongside Kathy Gaines Mifsud and Corey Mifsud, the daughter and grandson of EC publisher William M. Gaines. They are the administrators of William M. Gaines Agent Inc. Kathy Gaines Misford had this to say about it. As my father said, only in the bounds of good taste, and I'm excited to exhibit EC's good taste with Oni Press, who have distinguished themselves with both an award-winning library of comics and graphic novels and a passionate understanding of EC's singular role in shaping comics history. Ooh, wow. Cool. I'm gonna give you the picture of the cover. It's ooh, this is the more I look, the gooder.
This is really cool because I bet there's a lot of like independent horror artists out there who, this could be a platform for them.
Hopefully they will not accept any AI art. I have a feeling they won't.
No, I think I wouldn't.
This cover is great. I love this. You're gonna love it.
Yeah.
Oni is curated. What's that?
I was just say the original Without Your Head website was all comic book, like all the logos and stuff. But it once we started doing the show more often, it was impossible to keep up.
There's a lot, yeah. Oni's curated line of EC. Look at that thing. Look at once you start noticing the deformities on the dude with the axe.
Yeah.
Look at this. It's all lumpy and fucked up. I feel like the woman is holding back vomit more than holding back a scream. She doesn't look happy. There's it's so great. Oh,
like
one of those things.
Have eyes kind of people.
Yeah. Oni's curated line of EC titles will include at least 2 series on a monthly basis from July 2024 onward. The insane all-star lineup of creators set to contribute to the forthcoming comics includes writers such as Jason Aaron of Thor, Brian Azzarello from 100 Bullets, Rodney Barnes from Philadelphia, Karina Becco from Invisible Republic, Cullen Bunn, Six Gun, Christopher Cantwell, Breyer, Cecil Castellucci, Shade the Changing Girl, Chris Kahn in That Texas Blood, Joshua Hale, Fielkov, The Bunker, Jay Holtham, Handmaid's Tale, Jeff Jensen, Green River Killer, Matt Kintz, Berserker, Sean Lewis, King Spawn, Stephanie Phillips Grimm, Jay Stevens Dwelling, Zach Thompson, Cemetery Kids Don't Die, and Ben H. Winters Trekker. Oh my goodness, there's too many. That was all the writers. I'm not reading all of the everyone's. Yeah, so without going into this super, cool. So they've got one that's like more of like a very traditional sci-fi kind of thing. That's interesting. I wonder how this one's gonna go. It's
well, they had a sci-fi comic too.
Yeah, and that's what they're doing, and it's pretty great. Cool. I love this.
Cruel
you find
Universe. Yep.
Yeah. I love it. The little science thing on the side is very cute. Oh my god, this is excellent. This makes me feel good. This is the stuff that I like to see going on in the world.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm into this. We should try to see if we can get anyone on the show sometime.
That would be amazing. Interesting. Howl at the Moon alongside the first Blackout trailer. Was there no Blackout trailer until now? The article is from the 16th.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Wow.
I know I posted because it was on Fangoria magazine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
About the trailer?
No, it was on the cover.
Oh. Yeah, so check that out. Neil and I got to see that in actually at the horror festival here, Brooklyn Horror Festival. So that's cool. Yeah, check it out. It's I really must emphasize that it's very different from his other creature Universal movies. And I also recommend that people go to his Tales from Beyond the Pale, his and his co-creators. I can't remember the other guy's name who's the host of the show, which I feel bad about. But yeah, Tales from Beyond the Pale, super fun, creepy. They've got great guests that do guest voices, and one of the stories is Blackout. So that's very cool to get like a sense of what it is. It's not exactly the same. I don't feel like it's going to be like a massive spoiler because it's just such a different. It's like if you read a story and then saw a movie, I think it'll be fine.
Here was the calendar. That one's not at Saturday Night Live, but that's the calendar.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe it is Saturday Night Live. It does say Saturday night there. Yeah, that must be the one.
Say Saturday night.
Yeah, but underneath it there.
Blackout.
And here was the all the.
It's pretty sweet. Pretty sweet.
And then I did comic books of all them, but I did some of them science fiction ones like that other one. So I don't know where those are, but probably on my computer upstairs.
Chauncey the Bear. What do you think about this?
What is it?
Chauncey the Bear? Where did you go? Where's Neil Jones? Oh my God. The Abyss from Sweden. All right. Now I'm catching up in the chat over here. Hey, I don't know what the hell happened with Neil because I'm surprised I'm here by myself because he's the one. There he is streaming the things.
Yeah. There, I hit back, but I have multiple screens doing the show, but for some reason it went back on my main screen and not the.
We've seen the poster art at the theater. Let me get an image to jog your memory.
That is interesting to know, though. If I'd ever accidentally close this, that the show doesn't just end.
Yeah, the show goes on. I don't know if it's especially entertaining when you're here, but
don't be silly.
No, but I'm not a pro like Neil Jones. I can't fly solo like Neil Jones. All right, I sent you the thing. Chauncey the Bear in Imaginary. It's a very realistic teddy bear, not like a dopey Annabelle doll that doesn't look at all like it could ever exist ever. No one would make that for children except for people who run horror conventions. Yeah.
Oh yeah, this I saw that this has a I saw the poster at AMC, so it's going to get a wide release.
Yeah. Dave has some commentary there. It's pretty solid. Why is this?
Your show now, Annabelle. Whoops! I mean, no one could replace you, Neil.
It's true. It's true. The Abyss from Sweden. Yeah. Do you remember that now? Sorry, my goodness.
Yeah, I saw the poster at the AMC, like I mentioned. Yeah.
Yeah, we saw it.
Yeah, we didn't really know much about it other than it was a poster.
Oh my goodness, this is fucking ridiculous. I don't know if you want to do this. My thought just popped in my mind. So Fangoria did an interview with Chauncey. Would you like me to share that with you and we could radio show the Chauncey interview? I can interview Chauncey, the Neil Bear.
What?
So they did a written interview with the stuffed animal.
Right.
They published this so we could read it with you being the bear and me being the interviewer.
I guess. Yeah, we could do this.
Can try it. I'm curious. I just want to see what's going to happen with this. It could be gold. It could be shit. I don't really know. but I'm going to send it your way. You guys are here in a moment of living history. We're going to do
real
it.
Quick, this came up when I was trying to find the calendar. It's just cool to me because it's a combination of Troy's art and my 8-bit.
I love that. That's so cool. That's amazing, Neil.
Very happy with that.
Yeah.
All right.
So I'll read the intro here. Is just the Imaginaries. Chauncey the Bear opens up an exclusive tell-all interview. Famous bears, ancient evils, Chauncey's anthem, and more with a furry star by Angel Melanson. I think this just got put out today. Of Fangoria. Imaginary friends seem like a sweet and harmless enough concept, but we know that's not always the case. Imaginary centers on a ferocious teddy bear and perhaps an army of evil imaginary friends. When Jessica moves back into her childhood home with her family, her youngest stepdaughter Alice develops an eerie attachment to a stuffed bear named Chauncey. We realize a horror movie about imaginary friends may give some folks the wrong idea, so we sat down with the star of the upcoming Lionsgate and Blumhouse venture, Chauncey the Bear, to chat about his new horror movie and working with co-star DeWanda Wise, giving Chauncey the Chauncey to show his true colors to our readers. All right. You got it?
Yeah.
You want to try this? You're up for this?
Hold on.
I'm just asking
I'm
you.
I'm just having some problems with StreamYard. Hold on, give me 1 second. All right.
Oh. Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, we're good. I lost the chat, but back there.
The chat is crucial. We're good?
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. First off, how do you feel about the term imaginary, particularly as it pertains to imaginary friend?
Chauncey not imaginary. Chauncey real. You talk to Chauncey now. You make Chauncey real. Are you Chauncey's friend? Forever. Ever.
Why, thank you, Chauncey. That's very sweet of you. I could always use a friend. So, what was it like on set? How was it working with your co-stars?
Chauncey like making movie. Chauncey get the star treatment. Fur brushed, private trailer, personal assistant. So many new friends for Chauncey. So talented. When movie over, cast leave. Make Chauncey angry. Chauncey no let DeWanda and Jeff leave. Never, ever.
That's nice. What do you think this movie will do for teddy bear sales?
Imaginary good for teddy bear sales. Stocks go up. A bear market. Everyone want to take bear home. Give Chauncey to your friends. Your kids, your brothers, your sisters. Give Chauncey friends.
Speaking of friends, there's a long line of famous bears. Do you have any feelings on fellow bears in the business? Yogi, Paddington, Teddy Ruxpin?
Those bears play things. You don't play with Chauncey. Chauncey play with you.
Okay. Bears and horror is something we've been enjoying recently. Any feelings on Freddy Fazbear, Cocaine Bear, or the latest horror bear crossover, Winnie?
There can only be one horror movie bear. Chauncey. Chauncey is meaner, bigger, scarier. Chauncey don't need cocaine to get scary.
Let's move on from bears. Megan lit the internet on fire with her choreographed dance and her covers of Sia's Titanium. Do you have any musical treats in store for fans?
Chauncey has a song. Nice song. Music box song. It twinkles. I like to hear it. But when you hear it, you don't want to dance. You want to run. Chauncey coming for you.
back to Megan. Have you met? What's she like?
Megan, nice. Megan and Chauncey are similar. We are both dolls, but Megan a robot. Chauncey not a robot. Chauncey is something ancient. Something evil. We same, and we both love our friend. We do anything for them. We don't like it when friends leave. Never, ever leave your friend. We will make you hurt. We will kill you.
Being an ancient entity, I imagine you've had lots of time to pick up new skills. Do you have any hidden talents?
Chauncey talent is being a good friend, but Chauncey hurt you if you leave. Chauncey inflict pain, both physical and emotional.
Well, in the spirit of finding new friends, PG-13 horror gives younger audiences a chance to enjoy the genre. Are you hoping to leave some lifelong emotional scars on a new generation?
Horror movies are good for you. Horror movies make you brave. Children need to be brave. Children should watch scary movies. Children should come to theater. Chauncey likes seeing so many new friends watch Imaginary. Chauncey hopes to scar them. Forever, Chauncey be with them now. When they see Teddy Bear, they now see Chauncey.
Agreed. When delivering an emotionally scarring performance, how do you prepare for such an intense scene? What's your process like?
Chauncey likes rehearsal, but Chauncey likes to improv. It's scare actors and director. Chauncey also likes to work out. Personal trainer, make Chauncey big. For big, mean scenes, make Chauncey strong. Sharpen claws and fangs.
Once your claws and fangs are sharpened, are there any songs you use to get in the zone?
Yes, Chauncey like Teddy Bear Turnaround by the Wiggles. Chauncey anthem.
That's a banger. What's next for you after Imaginary?
Chauncey, follow you.
Oh, well, I'll just let you go. I know you're short on time.
Oh no, Chauncey, not the one short on time.
Well, yes, thank you. Chauncey the Bear, star of Imaginary, in theaters March 8th. That's all the time we have.
Where are you going? You said you are Chauncey friend.
The interview is over, Chauncey. I was just saying that for the article. Let's keep this professional.
Interview never over. Never, ever. You are Chauncey friend.
Chauncey, no! We are not entirely fluent in Bear, so special thanks to Michael Rousselet for helping with the Chauncey translation. Imaginary is in theaters March 8th. Get your tickets now. How did that go? I thought you were amazing. You're an amazing Chauncey. They have a lot to live up to.
Yeah. I have no idea what Chauncey really sounds like. Maybe they're going to re-edit the film. I don't know. But you are a great interviewer.
You're going to have to be a voiceover for the re-release. Angel Melanson, horror girl probs of Fangoria. Want to make sure that is credited because we totally did not make that up, and I hope she doesn't mind.
Right.
Or they. I don't know if Angel, what Angel's identity is. I hope Angel doesn't mind. Well, thank you. That worked out. Cool.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to do more dramatic readings.
We used to do dramatic readings of the Urban Dictionary, but yeah.
Oh yeah. Dang, good memory. Maybe that's a revisit.
Is there any?
Sure.
Well, I'm sure there's bears up there, but
Urban Dictionary. I wonder if there's anything for Chauncey. Dictionary. Chauncey. Whoa. It's not very exciting. But Chauncey is... Whoa. We've got a lot of Chauncey's being a great thing. Chauncey apparently is very good. Chauncey is a person who tends to be more talented, smarter, and better overall in the numerous ways than the average person. They tend to be deserving of reverence and are thought of highly, but sometimes due to this are envied. Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, Charlemagne, and George Washington were all true Chaunceys. And then the next one, a person who is caring and respectful to any woman he meets and will treat you like a princess, but he's also been hurt multiple times, so he doesn't show how much he really cares. Maya. Mike is such a Chauncey. Jada, you have no chance. He's too sexy. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. A very smart, athletic boy tends to have lots of beautiful girls on him. Usually very short, but strong and mainly a very fast runner. Overall perfect. Man, we lame as fuck. We need to get like Chauncey.
Hell yeah.
There's many more Chaunceys. I love how Chaunceys have written their own descriptions of themselves, or perhaps the partners of Chauncey's decided to be kind. Oh, because some people come back. Chauncey. 1, adjective meaning poor, lousy, an exaggeration of chintzy, extra chintzy. 2, verb meaning embarrassed, clown. That was a Chauncey performance by that actor. Or that guy got chaunced when he gave a stupid answer in class and everyone hated him. What do you got for us, Neil?
I couldn't find imaginary or bear or Chauncey the bear. I did find Poteet for Pepe here. Latin form for the most awesome hall monitor of all time. Used for breaking up fight and subject to many cheers at school sporting events. Poteet broke in the faces of those guys were fighting in the hallway, and then the crowd gave up 3 cheers for him. So Pepe,
hip, Pepe, hip hip Pepe, hip hip Pepe.
Yeah. So Pepe Poteet, you are the official hall monitor of Without Your Head. How
do hall
bizarre.
monitors, do they wear like a sash?
I think so, yeah.
We should have, it would cost too much money, but it would be so cool if people could get like the patches you get to put on sashes if you're a Boy Scout or Girl Scout.
Right.
You could get your Without Your Head participation patches.
There's one
Maybe
more
we could have a graphic. That would be up to you, though, not to put more on your plate. But have a graphic of a sash, and then it could be collectible like icons to add to your sash. No, yes, Pepe's on it. Do not run.
There was one other Poteet, but it was not as flattering as the hallmark. A species afraid of light, eat, sleeps, and plays with themselves.
What?
I have no idea.
Well,
that's all right too, I guess. But I guess they don't have to be mutually exclusive. I doubt there's a Dave Deadman, but let's see.
There's a lot of news, dude.
In the horror world?
There seems to be. I mean, more than some other weeks. Like long-awaited remake of The Crow will hit theaters this June. Yeah. Scott Wampler, I'm not sure how you pronounce that, Scott. Bill Skarsgård stars a new take on James O'Barr's classic from director Rupert Sanders. Are you a Crow guy?
I don't dislike it, but I'm not like a huge fan. I probably haven't seen it since like the 90s, so maybe I could revisit it.
You can revisit it. It's quintessential 90s. full of dingy grime. Like, it's funny because you mentioned the grime of the 80s, but I feel like in the era of grunge, there was lots of things that were grimy and nasty, and the whole vibe around The Crow is like the mean streets of addiction and violence and shit like that, and it's gross. It's look. Well, it's finally happening. After many years worth of false starts and failed attempts, Hollywood has finally completed a reboot of The Crow, and it's even got a release date, June 7th, 2024. This date is 1 month beyond the 30th anniversary of Alex Proyas' original adaptation hitting theaters. As was the case in that film, the new version of The Crow will be based on the iconic James O'Barr comic series of the same name. This time around, It and Barbarian star Bill Skarsgård will be playing the role of Eric Draven, who returns from the dead to take revenge on the evil bastards who murdered him and his girlfriend. Rupert Sanders, who previously helmed Ghost in the Shell and Snow White and the Huntsman, directs. The Alex Proyas version of The Crow is one of the most beloved films of the 90s, featuring a star-making turn from Brandon Lee, who died tragically during production. The film spawned a series of sequels, an excellent soundtrack and score. The score is sick. And a bazillion easy-to-assemble goth Halloween costumes. There's one every year in Salem. Never ends. It's a stone-cold classic, and any new version of The Crow has some big shoes to fill if it hopes to become the same. Will Sanders, Skarsgård and company be able to pull that off? We'll have to wait and see, but we're keeping our fingers crossed. Stay tuned for further updates on The Crow as they become available. Scott Vampler of Fangoria.
Dave Deadman says, insulting to Brandon Lee's legacy, not interested in that. The original is almost perfect movie opinion. I don't have a strong connection to it. So, I mean, I feel bad saying, like, I actually like Bill Skarsgård. So, but I don't have I'm just saying, like, I actually would like to see it because I like Bill Skarsgård, but I don't have a big emotional connection to the original movie. So
yeah, I think it's interesting what you're saying, Dave, because of the tragedy involved in the original. Right. I think that puts a particular like twist on that. Like, this guy died making this movie. Yeah. They finished making the movie, and so I can see that. I did not see the sequels. I didn't even bother.
Yeah.
I didn't.
It was weird to make sequels to it. I always thought, but the original comic is not one crow. It is many crows. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's not just one guy. It's a bunch of different. Some of them I like more than that character. It was very cool. This is out from our friends at Paul Bear Press. It's pretty awesome.
Nice. That's sick. Are you showing me more figures that I cannot buy? It's too expensive too. I don't have room, one, and it's a very expensive hobby. Y'all out there have commitment financially that I cannot justify. Zach Kreger's Barbarian follow-up Weapons adds Josh Brolin.
Oh yeah, I saw you. I didn't realize that was it's not a sequel to Barbarian. It's just a different movie, but
yes,
because someone backed out of it, and so they got Josh Brolin, who I like Josh Brolin. So.
Zach Kreger's Barbarian follow-up Weapons adds Josh Brolin. Is that not a sequel to Barbarian?
Well, I don't know if it's a sequel or if it's just his next movie.
We'll find out. The Dune and Deadpool 2 star is set to replace Pedro Pascal by Ryan Scott. Fangoria. Director Zach Kreger's Weapons is looking to add some major star power to its arsenal. Josh Brolin is now in talks to join the cast of the film, which serves as Kreger's follow-up to his 2022 horror hit Barbarian. This, according to Hollywood Reporter, was the outlet noting that the Oscar-nominated actor is now in negotiations with New Line Cinema for the project. While he hasn't signed on the dotted line just yet, things appear to be headed in that direction. Originally, the film was due to star Pedro Pascal. Everybody knows who this guy is by now. However, last year's WGA and SAG-AFTRA strike shut down Hollywood for months on end and delayed this film's production schedule. That created conflict with Pascal, who is now due to star in Marvel's Fantastic Four reboot. When one door closes, another one opens, paving the way for Brolin to take over. Should the deal close, it will be significant, as it'll mark the first time in the actor's storied career that he will have a leading role in a straight-up horror movie. He did have a minor role in 2007's Planet Terror, as well as 2000's Hollow Man. Plot details for Weapons are currently being kept tightly under wraps. It is, however, described intriguingly as an interrelated, multi-story horror epic that totally is in the vein of Magnolia. That's admittedly difficult to picture, but it sounds pretty wild.
Magnolia? What a weird, yeah.
I don't know. Kreger penned the screenplay for the film personally, with production expected to begin soon. Roy Lee, J.D. Lipshift, Ralph Margulies, and Miri Yoon are on board to produce the film. Sorry about pronunciations. Brolin has been a mainstay in Hollywood for decades, appearing in everything from The Goonies to Dune. He has also starred in some of the biggest movies of all time, Avengers Infinity War and Avengers Endgame, playing the villainous Thanos. Some of his other notable credits include American Gangster, Men in Black 3, and Milk. Milk is great, for which he earned a Best Supporting Actor Oscar nomination. Barbarian was one of the biggest surprises of 2022. The mysterious film came out of nowhere to become a word-of-mouth success, pulling in $45 million at the box office against a budget of less than $5 million. That made him a hot commodity, with New Line beating out the competition to land rights to his next film. Weapons does not currently have a release date, but stay tuned, as we'll be sure to keep you posted as new info comes our way.
Yeah, well, that's interesting.
Yeah,
I like James Brolin.
Yeah, it's awesome.
There's parts I like Barbarian fine. I think the first 40 minutes is great.
Yeah, I could rewatch it, but some of it. How did they not mention the Amityville Horror?
That's his dad, isn't it?
Oh, what am I fucking talking about? I'm like, wait a minute, that name is familiar. I failed. Failure.
All right. Yeah, he was a child actor in Goonies.
Yes. James Brolin is cool though.
Oh,
he's alive and everything. Let's get him on the show. 83 years old. That would be so freaking sick.
Yeah.
And his son would be great too. I mean, I don't want to.
Yeah, he probably wouldn't do it. But maybe we can. You never know.
Dude, that would be awesome.
The worst we can get is a no.
Or what was he in the Master of Disguise?
Well, I don't even know what the Master of Disguise is.
It's not good. It's like this. You'll recognize. Oh, the Master of Disguise is the one. I was thinking of a different one. But the Master of Disguise is with Dana Carvey being some spy turtle guy.
I remember that now, yeah.
Yeah, I never saw it. So that's
I never
why
saw it either. I'm not.
No. I was thinking of, what's the one with Pee Wee Herman and Janine Garofalo and some other like big names of that time, and they were superheroes.
Oh, I know what you mean, but I don't know. The guy used to,
yeah. Oh, it's got the Gregory, is that his name? He was in that movie with Johnny Depp in the ocean. Jeffrey Rush.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Mystery Men. Thank you. Yes.
Mystery Men. All right.
Yeah.
Pepe Potit's a big fan of Mystery Men. I don't know if I remember the movie. I don't know if I've ever seen it, though, to be honest.
It's very silly. It's very, very, very toilet humor kind of foolishness.
Which,
this
weekend, we're going to be playing some Poop Shoot.
Toilet humor.
I have to remember to put this in my luggage.
You better put it right on the top of the suitcase.
Yeah,
we'll actually have a real game too.
What?
So people who are out there watching, who are watching this in a timely fashion before
is that going to be the next Flux Toilet? Flux Poop Shoot.
Oh my god. Flux. It could be different kinds of poops as characters.
Yeah. What would be the what's the not the keepers, but what's the other one?
The creepers?
The creeper. What's the creeper of Flux poop shoot?
It depends on whether or not the poops are bad or good.
Mm.
I think you would have Flux, for people who don't know, this is a really amazing game. There's every single, it's like a deck of cards. Do I have one around? Let me see if I've got one. You can tell find people. I'll try to find it.
All right.
It may be
new documentary coming out called Dinner with Leatherface about Gunnar Hansen. That sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Deadman. Dave Deadman. I'm gonna start calling him Dave Deadman.
Deadman?
Deadman. Like that's like it's just like a real last name. Not Deadman. Yeah, Dave Deadman. What?
I'm trying to find. Oh, there it is. My box of games. It's a small box, but it is a box of games. Box of games. That's not the box of games. Fuck it. I can't find it. Another day. But Flux is this amazing game. Every deck is a different theme. So there's like a Star Trek deck and a Doctor Who deck, and there's zombie deck and Cthulhu deck and all kinds of cool shit. And so you have keepers, who are like the good guys, creepers, who are the bad guys, and you strategically play them and try to defeat each other. It's cool. It's too much to describe. I remember the first time trying to just even play it and describe the rules, and it seems impossible. But yeah, so just going with the idea of the good guys and bad guys, the keepers, I think, would be humans. And maybe they could be different, like a plumber.
Right.
Yeah. Like I don't know, other.
Yeah, send this to the Flux people. Mm-hmm.
There could be, oh, dude, not to get too personal, but you can have items. One of the items could be a plunger. It could be a colostomy bag. There could be
Pepto-Bismol.
Yes. It could be so many things. You could have an ear of corn. Dude, we need to approach the people from Flux and be like, we've got something for you. This is gonna be fucking hot shit.
Sales through the roof.
Maybe. It's pretty funny, in my opinion.
I like it.
Can it be like Monopoly and we steal it and make it for ourselves?
Oh yeah, like because people steal Monopoly stuff all the time, just make their own.
I'm wondering, what would we call it? I don't want to rip off Flux though, because they're great, and I think they liked one of our videos, didn't they?
Yeah, on the Instagram.
Yeah, no stealing from the good people of Flux, but just gonna put it out there, Flux. Poop Flux.
Yeah. Poop Flux.
Sweep the creeps and the bleeps.
Exactly.
I know what you're talking about. That guy's amazing. He ended up on the guy, I don't remember the guy's name, the comedian who does that. He was on a talent show. He came back as like an older person on the talent show, and he just did all kinds of cool sounds. People loved him. He's a guy of that time, and he did sound effects and like everything.
Police Academy?
He was in Police Academy. Yeah. Yes. So he tried to make his return, and he was adorable. He seems like such a super nice guy.
Oh, well, that's nice. When we get him on the show.
Colonoscopy. Dave's got it.
Dave's a good man. All right. I'm getting sleepy, I have to admit.
Well, it is about 11. And I know we're, at a fine time in the show where we're talking about bodily functions and inappropriate.
But I've had a great time.
And
I had a great last night, and we're going to have an awesome weekend.
Yeah, we need to make a plan for the weekend.
Yeah. So we have to
be at the movie.
Yeah, 12:15.
Yes.
So we have to get there fairly early.
Yeah, so I should pick you up to get your suitcase. I'm going to have to look at the map.
All right. Just let me know tomorrow sometime so I know what time to get up there. Or tonight, whatever.
No, it will not be tonight.
Yeah, well, tomorrow's fine. Just let me know anytime tomorrow. But,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Geez, I got to pack.
Yeah,
I got a lot
too,
going on. I just
only
need
going away for one day, so it's not like, or
Yeah,
2
but I
days, I
still
guess.
have to put things
I
together.
know.
It's
I'm
not
just
about the
saying it's
amount.
not like I'm just saying it's not like 7 days or something.
I know, but I need my products.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't need any. Boom.
I know. It's nice to be a man.
My head got.
Even if I was like a naturally beautiful woman, it would be fine, but I'm not.
My hair was getting pretty long, and then I shaved. But then when I shaved it, I realized why I hadn't been shaving it, because now my head's freezing. So I get.
Does your hat stick when your hair starts to grow out?
No,
like Velcro.
no,
It's not like.
No.
All right.
But it does get very cold when I have it completely shaved.
So you folks out there, keep your eyes peeled. Saturday and Sunday. Saturday, we're going to be traveling. We're going to be like just hanging out. Sunday is the big event, Dead of Winter. First time ever at Mechanics Hall in Worcester, Massachusetts. It's pretty, I think it's like $20. That's a lot of movies and a lot of other stuff. It's going to be a great time. Lots of local film people. Great. If you're a film person, great networking, great experience. It's going to be wonderful. So, yeah. Thanks to our wonderful guest.
Yeah, Jeremiah Kipp. I love the Geechee Witch. I don't know why I have a problem saying that. Geechee Witch was great. And Slapface, I love, which you can check that out on Shudder.
Everything, basically.
Yeah.
You just gave a list. It was like an extensive list. And thank you to Music of the Month as well, David Rosen.
Yeah, David Rosen's great. Love his music. It's a cool fit. It's a little different from some stuff we play, which is nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think we have a music of the month lined up for next month yet, but we will do that soon. If anyone out there ever has suggestions, let us know. And if it doesn't fit for music of the month, maybe we could still it could be like if it's a one track or something, maybe we could use it for something. I would like to do mixtapes again.
Yeah.
Where it's like a monthly show.
Keep it relevant, folks.
Yeah, right. It's gotta be horror-esque.
Yeah, it's gotta be creepy. Metal, I think, is acceptable. But we'll see.
Right. We're going to be Music of the Month one month. Imagine that'd be the credits, and it's just we play live credits.
If we do this every week, we'll actually get good.
You think so?
I do. I think every week we have a little commitment to our craft. So I got to choose an instrument. I got to choose this guy, pull out my ukulele or the broken. I need to restring the violin that I don't know how to play. Guitar, another guitar back there. I've got not a harpsichord. It's like this weird little it is a harp thing. It's really cool. I don't know how to play any of them, but I could for the show.
Whoa, how about the Dave Deadman says, what happened to the excerpts from your sexy novel?
Oh my God, there's the grand finale. Thank you, Dave Deadman.
What do I do? Just start with the first chapter? Or?
Yeah, you just start from the beginning.
How about okay, so
Who wrote this fine tale?
We'll do this is like the prologue.
Who wrote this?
This is the Sissy Spell
by
A Tale of Mistaken Sissification by Nikki Crescent.
All right, here we go.
This is the prologue.
I'm scared of what's going to be happening in the future.
The Sissy Spell. Prom is approaching, and Jeremy has his eye on Amanda. Well, every guy has his eye on Amanda, and a few of the girls, too. She's the hottest girl in school, so Jeremy doesn't actually think he has a shot. until he meets Lily in the back stairwell during his spare one afternoon. She's drawn a pentagram on the floor with lipstick. And she's reading from some heavy Latin tome. She seems to think she's a witch. And Jeremy would normally burst into a fit of laughter, but he saw something. That he couldn't quite explain. A glowing light that grew brighter and brighter in the middle of the pentagram. But there was no light source. He's open-minded, and Lily has a spell in her book that can supposedly make any girl fall in love with the caster. The spell only requires some personal belonging from the female target. Jeremy manages to snag a pair of Amanda's undies from girls' changing room. And then Lily carries out the enchantment. The spell seems to be working, but there's a catch. For the magic to keep working, Jeremy has to keep in direct contact with the enchanted undies. There's only one easy way to make sure he's always touching them. There's just one little problem. Lily's no expert in Latin, and she may have accidentally read out 2 spells instead of 1 when she was enchanting the stolen undies. So next week we'll start with chapter 1 here.
Nice. We'll see how this goes. If I'm going to be pantomiming this, it's going to be an interesting... This could be something else.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my Lord.
So if anyone else wants to
what did I just do to myself?
If anyone ever wants to send in a book for us to read, try to keep it horror-esque. So maybe one of those the mummies turned us gay or something, you know. The Bigfoot gangbang or something. I don't know.
My God.
We probably can't read too much of that though on here. I don't know. But.
Well, you can bleep things out, right?
Oh, that's true. Yeah, it'll be
boop. And then he took his boop and the boop, boop, the boop, boop, boop.
It'll be the Twitch exclusive. Dave Deadman, he's getting hot. It's getting hot in here. So Dave took off all his clothes.
I wonder what my future props will be. It will not be my underwear. That's for fucking sure. This is just a convenient piece of Kleenex that I was using for my...
Another movie I saw on Shudder is Color Out of Space, starring Nick Cage, and this movie was insane.
It was, and there are things I love about it. The llamas are amazing. The effects are really cool. Like when the mom is upstairs and all mutant-y and shit. That is cool.
I did notice the hits went up when I was reading
anyone.
Yeah.
What?
The hits went up when I was reading the book.
Really?
Yeah.
Mm.
Pepe Petit, his thumb in the butt.
Hole in one finger in the butt. I see. Oh dear. Mm.
That'll be Pepe's book. We're going to read chapters from Pepe Petit, Fingers in Butt. Fingers in Butt, the Pepe Petit story.
What's the badge for that?
Dave Deadman drew it. It was very cute.
Really?
Did I show that on the show?
I don't think you did. You can show it again, but I don't think you did.
Let me go get it. Dave Deadman's a good artist.
The Deadman.
Mm-hmm. Let me find it. I'll have to find it. Give me a sec.
AJ, back to your Color Out of Space. I have mixed emotions. I don't like anyone. They're all dicks. The little boy is dumb. So I will say that Tommy Chong is great and the land surveyor is nice. So I think I would have to step back, realize, oh my fucking God, what? Dang. That's
Pepe, fingers and Pepe, and yeah.
You're so talented.
That's got to be a shirt at some point.
Oh my God, it's
stickers
amazing.
maybe.
Wow.
Tattoo.
Well, seriously.
Pepe's next tattoo.
Wow. I should watch that movie again. Color Out of Space.
The fingers and butts? Oh.
Yeah. What if you combine those and you have like
fingers in Color Out of Space and fingers
it'll
in
be
the
like
butt.
a thing monster, but it'll be like fingers out of the butt.
That's pretty scary. Yeah, like a spaghetti monster coming out of someone's butt.
Ew. What would John Howard think about this?
He'd be peeing his pants right now.
Sorry, John. I shouldn't pick on John because I don't know him enough. You can pick on him because you guys are buds. But he quit the show because of me, so we're not buds.
He was on this week. This was the first week in weeks. But yeah.
Really? What's he doing with his time?
Gets sleepy.
Oh. Can't he just be on and then leave? That's all right. John's got to do John. You got to take care of himself. Self-care for John.
Right. Troy and I will be going to AEW in a few weeks.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, it's a lot of cool stuff coming up. Yeah. A lot of good stuff coming up.
Lots of good stuff.
So, until Troy couldn't be on this week, I don't know what he was doing.
Maybe he's self-conscious about his delay.
Maybe. But I know he's retiring
soon. If it was me, I'd be very frustrated if I was him.
He's retiring soon.
Not from Without Your Head.
No.
What are you even doing?
Balancing a mushroom on my head.
Yours is more talent than this. Let's see if I can make something small. Let's see if this will happen. I do have a very big head. No! No.
All right. Good pods are very happy right now. Hell yeah. But yeah, that guy's great. I have a Wolfman one like that.
Yeah. He's very cool.
I saw they had new ones at Five Below. They're not horror ones, but they're all like classic games. So that it's like the Monopoly Man, Stretch Armstrong. I don't know. They look kind of cool. Yeah.
Stretch Armstrong. Oh my God.
Yeah, so it's a very weird collection of things, but
that's strange.
Not sure that's a mushroom. Hey, hey now.
Up over your head.
What's he calling me?
I don't.
All right. But,
all right.
Troy should be here next week, and next week we will have the people from Vampire and the director of Frogman.
Oh my God. When is that coming out? Is it out? When can people see it?
Comes out in early
John,
March.
we stop at 11. We would be off the air now. It's 11:06. Yes. That's not good. Maybe for some people, but I'm uncomfortable with your advances, Neil Jones.
It's like docking or something. All right.
Oh, dude. Why? That's how we end the show. That's it.
Docking after midnight.
Which way do you go? Like this?
No,
or like this?
Docking after midnight. Tails to the dawn. Without your head all night long. All night long. Hey, Joe.
Where's yours, man? Where's your kazoo?
Oh, I don't know. Upstairs somewhere. All right. Till next week. This is Nasty Neal.
This is Annabelle Lecter.
And this was Without
Your Head.
Ha ha!